Oh, welcome back, Heavenlies. This is Heaven's Army playing Chessmaster Episode 2. We're gonna continue on where we last left off, but I finished off the mastery quiz in these two. It basically was your king and a queen against one other king, and then your king and a rook against another king, and just gotta checkmate them. So it was not that bad, really, but we've already went through it on like the thing just before, and they literally showed us like how to do it and everything, and then you just gotta do it, and that was the test. But we're just going to continue on. But before I do continue on, I realize this is a few days late, but we got to we got to. I noticed that I didn't went to the little shop in Minish Cap and then show you all of the stuff that I picked up. And I noticed this like 2 days ago, but I forgot to mention it thanks to the game I was playing. And then the last night I got a little wrapped up into this game. So yeah, it's just like time goes by really quickly for me. But either way, nobody mentioned a word because I kind of said like that is the stuff I like to do. And I even mentioned I was going to do it, but it's just like what happened in the game made me completely forget, and nobody said a word like, "Hey, go over and check out the things." I knew I wasn't done, but I at least could have shown you all the stuff that I unlocked, but I didn't because I got wrapped up in that game as well. So yeah, either way, let's go straight to the mastery quiz. We've got our forks and skewers and pins, and this actually might be hard because I clearly I'm learning it, and then now I just got to do it. That was last night. We'll see how much.
In this mastery quiz, you'll be asked to find combinations that include two or more of the tactical devices you just learned. I may not tell you in which direction to
Two
look,
or
but you
more.
can rest assured the solution involves one or more of the themes you were taught in parts 1 and 2. Sometimes the solution will involve mate, and sometimes it will involve winning or saving material. If you're having a really hard time with an exercise, just hit the hint button, and I'll tell you what themes to keep an eye out for. Good luck.
Okay, so he's already told me the thing that I've already said before in the last episode. I usually don't know what the theme is that I'm looking for.
It's black to move here. The answer involves a double attack.
The answer involves a double attack. Okay. What I usually don't know is like what I'm looking for. Am I actually going for a check? Am I going for you know what I mean? Like I just never know what I'm going for. But we got to remember a pin, a skewer, a fork, challenge the defender, remove a defender. There's a whole lot of things going on. Now I am moving, and that rook is totally blocking. There's two rooks blocking the thing, so I truly can't go that way. Am I busting through? I see that my bishop, my top left bishop by my rooks up there, is aiming at that bottom right h2 pawn. And my knights can get there right now and attack that pawn and make him worried. Because I can do that. Nothing's really attacking me right now. I'm completely okay. And moving my knight there still leaves me open, and I'm gonna be getting attacked as well. Ah, so this knight is also defending this against this battery right here that's going right here. Okay, so I can see this. What is my best course of action? It takes me too long to do something. The only move I saw is the only one I've already just mentioned. Move my knight here to attack this. So now I'm double. There's a double attack going on to this thing, as well as his one attack. So I'll do this to see if this is right. No, that's not right.
No, that's not quite it. Try
Okay,
again.
so not that. I'm not aiming for this one with that, or I can, but not yet. Uh, that's funny. My queen's got the knights in attack mode, but it's completely defended, and that's completely defended. I like how it's all defended itself like that. Cool. Uh, moving my knight there will be able to attack this pawn. Not really doing a whole lot of anything. What am I aiming for? The answer involves a double attack. I'm attacking twice in two separate places. Okay, moving my knight there was get attacked by the bishop. Moving my knight here will get attacked and attacked. Moving my... piece down will give me nothing. My bishop down. Moving my knight will allow me... Okay, maybe I am doing this. I can check, make it attack, and make it move, and then attack my... I don't know why I would do this.
No, that's not quite
exactly.
it.
I don't know why I would, but I can. I'm not defending it. That's the only problem. My queen is not in a good spot. Wouldn't I rather move my queen to like here?
Very good. Queen h5, threatening mate on h2.
Oh, okay.
White has to defend with a move like h3, after which b5 forks the two knights. You see, the black queen was occupying the b5 square, so you freed up that square for the pawn and attacked mate with tempo. In the future, to help you out spotting pawn forks, whenever two pieces are situated like these two knights
forks
here, next to each other with one space in between, a pawn can fork them. Notice that pattern. Keep it in mind.
You want to become so good.
It's black to move here. Mate in 2 using a discovery.
Black to move, mate in 2 using a discovery. Like I move my black knight for my bishop discovery check. But then I want to also attack without getting caught, which is not there, which is not there. And not there. Not liking this. I can't attack anything if I move my knight here, other than a check. Moving my knight there is a double check. And he has to move there. And then when I move... check. Okay, I'm going here.
That's not quite
no?
right. There's better.
There's a better move? My idea was to go here, check. It's going to move back. And then I'm going to go 1, 2... Oh, it's not checkmate. Because the moment I go there, they can just attack me. Oh, okay. There is a better move than that. But I'm clearly moving this piece.
No, that's not quite
okay.
it. Try
Not
again.
there either, because that doesn't work. Okay. Am I moving downward then? Perhaps I'm not moving this. Okay. Maybe I'm not moving the knight. But nothing else is movable. Moving this one square does nothing for me. Everything is completely locked down. I have to move this knight.
No, that's not quite
okay.
it. Try
so
again.
If I move him there, if I move him here...
That's not quite right. There's better.
Okay. If I move him here...
Well done. Knight c3 double check. The bishop on g6 and the knight on c3 are both attacking the king.
Why?
Notice, of course, that if the black knight were to move somewhere other than c3 or d2, if it were only check one way, from the bishop on g6, then white could capture knight takes g6 with a check of his own.
Oh.
So after knight c3 check, the white king is forced to move to a1. What's your next move?
Okay, see, I didn't even see this was attacking me. I saw this attacking my queen, not my bishop. So you had to do a double check. I still don't get. I still don't see the moves, and I'm actually taking my time right now, and I'm still not seeing that. I had no idea that this was getting attacked. I saw that my queen was getting attacked, so I'm like, okay, whatever. But I didn't see that, so I actually, if I would have seen that, then I probably could have factored 2 into 2, and I had to double check. What's my next move? There is no next move.
Excellent work. Queen takes a2 checkmate.
Okay.
So in positions when you have discoveries, always look for the most forcing discoveries. Double check is a great option.
A double. I'm not gonna be
This
able.
is a very famous endgame position. It's white to move here. The idea, obviously, is to promote your pawn and win the black rook. Take your time. A skewer comes to play here.
A skewer comes to play here. It's a famous play. Is it? This is gonna happen to me? I have to promote my pawn.
No, that's not quite
Why?
right. Try again.
Check. He has to take it. I move up. Oh no, it's not good. That will not work at all. Okay. Moving my king. Okay, there's only so many places I can move. I can only move my rook or my king. A skewer comes into play? What am I skewering? The only line is this white line or this. Moving my king will allow him to go up and attack. Why would he do that, though?
No, that's not
I mean,
quite
I
right.
can.
Try
There's nothing
again.
stopping me. But okay. They want me to move something.
No, that's not quite
Okay,
right.
I gotta take the hit. The idea is to either queen the pawn or win the black rook in the attempt. Look for a skewer. Queen the pawn. Or look for a skewer. And a skewer is where you line up. There's no way to line this up. I'm not seeing no lines here.
Try again.
What are you talking about? The king is here. If I move my pawn up, there's no skewer. If they were lined up here, then I can skewer.
No, that's not
Okay.
quite right.
I
Try
don't
again.
understand what you're asking me. Forward.
The correct move is if black check. This is a very famous endgame position.
How is
It's white to move here.
this right?
The idea, obviously, is to promote
Why?
good work. The correct move is rook h8,
Why?
a really powerful trick. So now let's review this endgame
Thank
for a
you.
minute. First of all, if the black king had been on g6, we see that the white rook can get away with rook g8 check with tempo. Then the king moves and b8 queen wins the game.
Okay.
If the black king is on f7, or e7 for that matter, then rook h8 wins the game. Because after rook takes b7, rook h7 is a skewer winning the rook. Otherwise, next
there's
move,
no way I can
we'll make a
visualize
queen.
that. There's no way I could have visualized all of that.
If black checks the white king with rook b2 check, ultimately he'll run out of space. King f3, rook b3, king e2, rook b2, king d3, rook b3, king c2, zigzagging in, the white king actively chases the rook to the b7 square, after which rook h7 again will win the rook.
I had to get on the other side of the king and plan 4+ moves in order to line up that skewer that didn't exist until after the rook went up there. I would have never ever visualized and seen that. Not at my
It turns out
skill.
that in this position, if the black king is on g7 or h7, the position is drawn. The reason is, first of all, there's no check. There's no rook g8 check or rook f8 check with tempo. Because if white plays rook g8 check here, black can just capture the
That's
rook
what happened to me the
and
first
then take
time.
the pawn. Then black wins. There's no skewer also, because there's no room on the king side for the black rook to slip behind the black king. So the only way for white to try to win this position would be to bring the king towards the b7 pawn to try to defend the pawn. Notice if this were the position, and then the white rook were to move, white would be winning, because the white king defends the b7 pawn, and next move would be to move ahead, b8, making a queen.
Okay, that's great. I would have never gotten that on my own, ever, in a million years.
The problem is that white can't do this. The second the white king gets to c6, black can start checking. Rook c1 check. The white king has nowhere to go. King b6, rook b1 check. King a6, rook a1 check. As long as the king stays on this half of the chessboard, black has perpetual check. If the king comes back, king b5, rook b1 check, king c4, rook c1 check, king b3, rook b1 check, king c2, now black can stay behind the passed pawn with a move like rook b5 or rook b6, doesn't really matter. And still white can't make progress. When the king comes back, king c3,
What?
rook can just come back to b1.
Can games be
And when the
allowed
king approaches the pawn, the checks can begin
to
again.
do that?
So here you see the power of a rook behind the passed pawn. This is a rule in the endgames in chess. Rooks belong behind passed pawns. Here, the black rook is active. It can at once defend this pawn from promoting, and it can check the white king whenever the king gets close. The white rook, on the other hand, on b8, is stuck on this one square. It's in front of the pawn. If the rooks were reversed, like this, then white would win easily. The black rook can't move because the b8 queening square is defended by the white rook, and white can just bring the king into the game. King c4 to c5 to c6 to c7, and win. That's a basic theory of this position.
Wow. Okay, so another pro tip by a professional. Try to get your rooks behind passed pawns. Late game. Very late game. Okay, there's like so many rules that I have to try to remember. And I need to try to remember all of that while also looking at a full board of pieces that are constantly attacking me. It's not going to happen. But I'll try to keep learning how to play chess because it is interesting.
It's white's move here. Sacrifice to set up a powerful fork.
Sacrifice to set up a powerful fork. Okay, clearly one of my knights is going to do this. Check, and it's going to force the king up to attack. And then when the king is right on that circle where my thing is, I move my knight, this knight here. And check. Can he just attack? Okay, that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. Because I feel like if I did this, this comes down. Or in fact, the queen will just go and check me and then I'll be in trouble. So I need to get the check right away, but I don't see how this is going to work.
Excellent work. Rook f7 check. A good sacrifice. King takes f7. It turns out that either white knight can take on e5, but let's say knight c takes e5, d takes
And
e5,
then, okay, so
knight takes
and
e5
then
check,
I got my
forking the king and the queen. Now king e6, knight takes f3, and white wins the game.
well, I can still
So
lose.
keep your eyes out for sacrifices to set up forks.
I can still lose this game.
It's black to move here. See the whole board. Look for a fork.
Okay, well, I see a few forks, but the knights are also blocking my knights. So I need to get something down there into that spot. That can really not do anything. Okay. Look for a fork. I see, like, all of these knights can be forked and this queen. But I don't see how I can get my... Get a fork with a check. Or a check with a fork. How does that sound? I can zip... No, I can't, because that knight's blocking that. Gonna move my bishop right down to here and get a check. That's my thing. Then the knight goes, and then my knight attacks. Alright, so that check, knight takes, my knight takes. And he's just free to go up and... I need to be constantly in a check. That doesn't... I don't think that works, does it? Okay, my bishop... Okay, I'm gonna move my bishop because my bishop goes there, check, the knight comes there, then my queen comes... That's just too low. My queen was... No, that's not gonna work either. I don't see what I'm checking here, then. Other than going up a knight. I lose a bishop for a knight. This is an open game. So I don't want to do that in an open game. But then I get a check. Then the knight has to move. And then when the knight moves, I bring my queen down, and I could check that. Or I can move my knight, and then my knight. So I can move my knight here and take it. But then if he moves, then there's no check now this time. If my queen was here, it would be a double check. Whatchamacallit? Okay, so I might be on the right page on what I'm seeing over here. But after my other move, I don't have another move. Then white can move and go wherever. Plus, we're also going to be trading off queens here by the looks of this. If I don't do something drastic. But I can get a check here.
No,
okay,
that's not
so
quite
you
it.
don't want me to get a check there. Okay, that's fine. I could also move my knight here to remove that knight. But there's no check. And the moment I move and don't get a check, my queen dies. NB4, knight to B4. Hey, Christian Dad, you're back. Welcome back. Which knight? I guess there's only one knight. So what is this going to do? It's going to block the queen from attacking? And moving that knight over there?
No, that's not quite it.
Apparently that's not quite it either. Knight to B4. Oh, not knight to D4, knight to B4. So now I'm attacking the queen and a pawn.
No, that's not quite
That's not it either. Okay, well, good. So I'm close to thinking maybe I'm moving this one to H4.
No, that's not quite it.
Okay, no, that's not it either.
No, that's not quite it.
Okay, so I'm looking for a fork here. Could also go this way. Could go this way. Oh, the queen can go here and check.
Yep, that's it. Queen A5 check is a very powerful move, forking the king on E1 and the knight on H5. This one might have been tricky to find because you have to see the whole board.
Whew.
Here it's white
That was
to move and
hard.
win. Don't move until you see
So
it.
I still had to get a check from somewheres, and after you eliminate and move all the pieces, you're like, oh, the queen can zip through all the ways down there. But it still takes that long to find your move. Now, if anybody knows me and my channel, I don't take that long to do things. I need to keep moving. So yeah, anyway, and keep talking, which means not paying attention. But either way, this game is great. I like chess. I just don't know how well it's going to be for my channel and me, considering how I play. Wait to move and win. Don't move until you see it. Okay, I can move pieces. Wait to move and win. Not check because the queen. In one move, I could. If I check with the queen right here, the queen could go up and take it, and then I got nothing. Then I can't do anything. The queen will just defend. But clearly not that move. So if I'm not moving this, and the queen is taking out that, the queen is locked onto this. My knight is poised to go there. Go there for no reason. The knight is blocking this and this. The knight is here to attack me. And I'm not getting anything out by moving that piece. That does nothing. Okay, so the only piece that I see... I gotta check that makes this go away. I got my knight to go... My knight can go so many places, but it's not gonna do anything. It's white to move and win. I could move. I could get a checkmate in one shot. Is what this game is telling me, right? I'm not being fooled here. The king can't go that way, nor can the king go that way. I have to move my knight so that this is blocked and checked. My knight cannot do that. Because these two lines are completely taken out. The king can't go here. There's no check happening though. So no matter where I move this knight, nothing's happening. So the only move that I see is this, and it's check, and the queen can come down and take my queen, and then I'm in trouble. I don't see what's the point to check, lose my queen, and then attack with my knight. So that's not working. That's not working at all. Like nothing seems to be connecting here. I could move my queen here or here and block off the escape route. The knight's got this covered, and the bishop's got this covered. I just need to get a check. If I move my queen, that still doesn't do anything for me. Weird. I can pile on the attack. I could... This is free to move wherever. But I'm not getting any checks. It's white to move and win. Maybe I'm not getting a checkmate. Maybe I'm just moving a piece to set up a thing and then eventually I can win. But even if I went up here... the king could still escape. The knight's got that blocked, the knight's got this blocked, and the pawn's got this blocked. My piece can't get attacked here. But, the moment I move my... my knight there. The queen can come right here. Or here. And this and this. It's checkmate. The queen is... If I move this piece, the queen's going to drop down and checkmate me. I see this now, because all of this is blocked off by the queen. This is blocked off by the pawn, and so is this line. So, I gotta do something drastic with this queen. And whether I do this and take out the queen...
No, that's not
because
quite
that's
right.
the only
Try
threat
again.
that I see right now. Or I gotta get a check somewheres. If I check like that, can the king go through an attack? Or is the king not allowed to go through a line to attack somebody? Because I'm completely safe with this move. And it's a check.
No, that's not quite right.
Okay.
Try
So
again.
the other only check that I see is this one.
No, that's not quite right.
Okay.
Try again.
So all the checks that I see is not good. I don't see where my knight can go. That's beneficial to me. Moving my knight there blocks my queen. Moving my knight here just puts my knight in danger. so that I don't see the move. And I can't sit here for 9 hours trying to figure this out. I can move my rook there to stop the attack. And I can move a few pawns. I have to get a check. I don't see this. Sacrifice for mate in 2. Okay, so I wasn't getting it in 1 turn. I was getting it in 2 turns after I sacrifice. Oh, okay. Well, that kind of maybe helps a little bit more than what I was trying to do. Sacrifice and mate in 2. What would be the point of moving that piece there? I gotta do something that forces the queen to attack? Okay, I gotta sacrifice something. I don't know what piece still to this moment. Moving this piece here, since it's wide open, makes him move over. But why would he attack when I could just drop down and get checkmate and win? I'm thinking I'm still have to force a check somewheres. And I don't see it at all. Because my knight cannot check the king, right? So what am I moving so I understand?
Queen takes G. It's white to move. Here it's white to move and win. Don't move until you see it.
Oh, the queen can... I did not see the queen could do that. The queen can attack and get a check. Oh, I am not seeing these.
Well done. Queen takes G8, sacrificing to set up a mate. King takes G8, and now what does white play? Rook H8. Checkmate.
What do you mean?
Again, I warn you against mechanical thinking. It's very easy to never even consider moves like queen takes G8.
No, of course not.
But if you notice the patterns, notice the bishop
I did
and the
see
rook
that.
honing in on the H8 square,
I did not see the
knight on
rook.
D6 guarding the F7 square, you'll start to feel the black king is in danger.
No, I did not.
Then you'll find a move like queen takes G8.
Did not feel that.
Often we have a sense in chess that there's something in the position, long before we actually find what that something is.
Well, I
White
guess
to move
I
here.
don't think...
Again.
No, we're going back.
Here it's white to move and win. Don't move
We're
until
going
you see it.
back. Okay, you went way too fast. Apparently, I did see that these two were piled up on this angle. But I didn't see that this square that you can't... Oh, it is blue. The blue square in top right, H8, is now piled upon with my bishop and my rook. And if I move my queen up and then move the king into this spot where the king can't go this way or here, and the knight's got this blocked, we have all of this blocked off the moment we move the king to the right one. You're supposed to think, with all of this other space over here, and the looming threat that you're gonna get checkmated in one move, that you could just throw your queen up here, forcing the check, making the queen move to the right, and then when the king is there, moving this rook to this point still has this line. The bishop has this covered, the knight has that covered. And the rook has this line covered. The moment you move it up, I would have never done this in my entire life.
Well done. Queen takes g8, sacrificing to set up a mate.
I don't think I'm going to
King
improve.
Now what does white play? Rook
I am
h8.
not going to improve.
Checkmate.
There's
Again,
no way I
warn you
can
against
visualize
mechanical
that.
thinking. It's white's move here. Again, see the whole board.
Okay, I'll try, but like, yeah, there's no way my brain can think that. Like, at all. There's no possible way. But here goes. I'll keep on attempting. Oh, it's a very, very light blue. It's so light blue that I can barely see it. But it is noticeably a little bit on my game. And I mean I have to focus. So, white to move. See the whole board. Sacrifice to remove a defender and open up a fork. Sacrifice another piece. Remove a defender. Okay, well, they're defending this spot pretty well, where my queen can go. That's not really defending anything, but my bishop's not in a good spot either. Or at least where I would have my bishop be. Not in a good spot, but anyway, apparently we are winning. Apparently we're actually doing well. I could sacrifice my bishop for some reason, my queen for many ways. I can remove my one rook. To take out that knight to then get lost to a pawn. To then check it, to check the king and make a move this way. Or he could just drive a piece down and defend though. Going here has my queen attacked by a pawn, a knight, and a rook. To which I cannot defend that. I could move my pawn here to scare away the rook, but I could still get attacked by the queen and the knight and not be able to defend myself when I do that. I can move my queen here or here or here. I can't remove the queen after I do this, so I need to be able to attack something. No, that doesn't work. Okay, I can move this piece here.
No,
That's not right.
quite it. Try again.
Okay, so I can move an attack there. I'm completely safe here. And I'm not in immediate danger.
No, that's not
Well,
quite
I'm
it.
safe
Try
there,
again.
though. Don't you know what safe is? I am totally allowed to go there. So, I'm only... I think my brain is still unable to process what I'm supposed to process, because all I'm looking at is where to move my one piece to solve the answer. But I need to but what the hint says is I gotta sacrifice to remove a defender and then open up a fork. If that means anything to you. The words is on the screen, great, but my brain is like, how do I do that when there's so many? I can move every piece on this board except this one. uh, so I have infinity possibilities, it seems, at this moment. I can... What would be the point of moving the rook or the queen? To set up a fork. I do not see it yet, still, to this moment. I can move my queen. I'm guessing I'm cutting my queen through somewheres. Move the queen out of the way, go up and attack. That does nothing. I have two of these pieces lined up, which is kind of nice to do if you're trying to go up to the rank 8 with a check. Take out the piece, use another piece, and then check it again. But that doesn't work here because this is in the way. So, and I'm not in any immediate danger, like at all. At least I don't sense it, or my spider sense didn't kick in yet. Everything seems to be very well placed. Am I removing like a knight? This is the only thing I can attack is this, but again, I'm killing, taking out a knight to move a pawn out of the way, to then which I could go over and check, and then take out another knight, another rook. I will. I can do this.
Very good. Rook takes g4, an excellent sacrifice. H takes g4, and now do you see the
Yeah, that's
fork?
what I
Queen
said.
h2
I
check.
just said
Going
that.
after the king on h8 and the rook on
Now
b8
to
on the opposite
check
side of the
again.
board. White wins. Here it's black
White
to move.
wins.
It's white to move
Okay, I
here.
didn't see the
Again,
win.
see the whole board.
Okay, I wish I could move pieces, but what I said was right. Okay, wow. I went up and then I took out this pawn that I can't click on, takes out my rook. That's all where the knight is. Then I move this piece over to check the king and the rook. I said that and I saw that. Then I move all the ways up here and then it's another check. I'm like, cool, great. So the king was here, and then the king went here. The king is back here after that second check. And then I just moved this piece over here. And then this is blocked off. And it is a checkmate. See, I didn't see the checkmate, but I did see that I had to, like, I finally saw that, the fork from over here, after you move after you would, for some weird reason, do that. I guess I'm not gonna be able to sacrifice pieces like this.
Rook takes. Here it's black to move. What do you think?
I think that this is insanity, and I'm so glad I've decided to do this. I'm only like 50% joking and 50% serious. Okay. I see that my bishop is aiming right at this pawn. So is my queen. I could do that and check. I can do this and check. Check, move that piece. No, that's not going to work, because what do I do after that? Then I go... Literally, only two pieces that I'm looking at. Okay. I'm either A, moving the bishop or the queen. If the queen moves first, it's check. This piece moves up. Then I take that, and then the king can just run it over. If the bishop moves here, then this goes up to take that out. Then I go over here and check. Then I lose my queen. No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay. I'll do this first. I don't lose my queen. I have to rook back here because I can't visualize this.
Way to go. Bishop takes c2 check. A great move, removing the defender. White has no choice but to take on c2 with the rook, and now obviously
Check.
queen takes e1 check. The rook on c1 isn't guarding it anymore. Black wins the queen. Okay, in this position
Yeah,
it's
I
white's
saw
move.
that.
You have to combine a sacrifice, a pin, and a fork to win material.
Sacrifice a
Take your
pin
time.
and a fork to win material. Are you insane? Check. And another check. Then you're there. I can check. Which the two pieces can take this out. I'm also doing a pin somewheres? Interesting. Because I can move this over. No, I want to move this one up. Move this up and it's check. To which then this has to take. There's a bishop here. And then I have to move over again and take that and then check. Which the king can't do that. King has to move out of the way. Or back. Oh, I also have a bishop way over here. Attacking this thing. There's two sides I'm attacking this king. That's nice. I wish I could be in this situation. Okay. Also move my queen there. But then there's no way to defend my poor queen. So sure I may move a knight out of my way. But I'm gonna go this route. Good.
Very good. Rook d takes d7. A very strong move. After bishop takes d7, now the point is that the bishop is pinned to the black king by the rook on
Okay,
h7, so it can't
good.
move. What is white's best move? Excellent work. Here white has knight
Yay, I
e6
saw
check,
that.
a powerful fork, winning the black queen. Again, we're training your chess intuition here. Whenever you see a king and a queen set up like this, with only one square apart, a
A
knight
knight
fork
fork
might
is in the air.
Look for it. Let's continue with this position. Let's say that after rook d takes d7 check, black doesn't capture, but tries to run away
Okay,
instead.
like
Let's say
that's a
king
wise
e8.
move.
What should white do here? I don't want you to just play one move. Take your time. You have forced mate in 3 moves. What is it?
A forced mate in 3 moves, everybody. Check. Taked. taken. Then I get checked. No, they would. Okay, well that. Whoa, I could rotate the board around. My finger slipped, and I could do this, and I could rotate the board around to look to see what black sees. Oh, cool. Okay, well, enough of that. I can rush over here and force a check with this move. And I'm double defended with this. Forcing the king to go to the left. Then I move to the right, to my left again. And it's check. I think that's it. That's checkmate in 3 moves. Okay.
You got it. Rook takes b7 check. We can't forget about this
I
bishop
saw
on
him.
h1. Well done. Now rook takes a7 check is a double check. The bishop on h1 and the rook on a7 are both checking because of discovery from the bishop. The king has to move, but of course the rook on h7 is guarding his other rook on a7. Black has to play king b8. Now what do you do? Well done. Here there are 2 checkmates. The first is rook
That's the one
h
I
to
said.
b7. The king has nowhere to go. And the other mate is rook to a8 mate. This one is particularly nice because the bishop on h1 guards the rook all the way on the opposite corner of the board. And the rook on h7 cuts off the 7th rank. Black is in
Oh,
checkmate.
you could go up too,
White
so I didn't even see that one.
Black's position looks rough here, but he has mate in 2. I actually used this tactic quite a bit when I was younger. Take your time. Black to move, force mate in 2.
You force the mate in 2 moves and you're down this badly? Okay. So if I'm black, I would do this so I could see the board. See, this is way easier now. Maybe. We'll see. Am I in trouble? My queen's got the king blocked off, and my knight's got it blocked off. So if I drive my queen up and check it, then the rook has to go in and take it. So if the rook is there, this is a trapped king that can't move anywheres. So this is exactly what you have to do. This is way easier to see the board when it's down here.
Good move. The solution to this problem is called a smothered mate. Queen g1 check is how you begin. This looks strange because the rook can obviously capture the queen. Note, the king can't capture it because the knight on h3 defends that square. After rook takes g1,
my knight goes
the
to
white king
f2.
has nowhere to go. So knight f2 check is a beautiful move. Checkmate, a smothered mate. Here you can really see the power of the knight, the only piece that can jump over other pieces. Mates the white king alone.
And you can't do nothing about it. Wow. Just wow. I mean, there's no way. You would have to be, this would have to be your passion. This would have to be something that you want to constantly do every day and play and sit down and play it. My passion is to play video games, not quite chess. I saw it and went, you know what, I do want to play it, but I didn't think it was going to be this involved. Because there's no way I'd have that much time and dedication to put in to think of things like this, all on my own.
It's white to move here. This one might be difficult to spot. You have to set up a fork.
Set up a fork. So yeah. Is anybody learning anything while watching me play? Is this like a good refresher course for you to be like, oh wow, okay. You can move in so many more ways than I thought. Or anything really. Because, I mean, yes, I'm learning things, but in the heat of battle, in the heat of an intense chess battle, I'm going to not remember all of these things. There's no way. I'm going to be just going to my normal instinct of like, okay, I can move this here, and I don't think anything's attacking me. And then move and then go, oh, whoops, there goes my queen. I wasn't even paying attention. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll just somehow get it at the end of all of this. But I'm forcing I have to set up a fork. Okay. My queen can go nowheres. My knight can go there and check. To then which the rook will take it. But that does nothing for me. It takes too many moves. If I check there, the queen will come up. And there's nothing I can do. I just move a queen out of my way. Okay. Clearly I'm doing nothing with my rooks, because my rooks are doing nothing down there. I got a bishop that can go here or here, but I'm not attacking anything. Or I can go here and get a check. To which I see nothing else after that. Moving my piece up here will get the pawn to kill me and then block me off. So that doesn't seem wise. I can check there, move queen. If I move the queen there, I could have attacked it with my bishop, but that doesn't work out that way. I move it here. Okay. Okay. Moving my bishop here. Makes no sense. Okay, well, anybody see it? Because I am not quite seeing it yet still. I don't see what I'm supposed... I could use a hint. When the black queen, think fork. When the black queen, think fork. Okay, so if I move this here... then the queen can take it. For no reason, really. And then I can't use the knight to check the king and queen. Okay, that I don't see how that works. And going this way does nothing. Going this way also does nothing. Move my bishop, lose it, and then move my pawn up or something? I mean, I see this move and I see a knight move. That's the only two moves I see, but I don't know what happens after the first move. And then after I lose a piece. I'm not seeing anything way off the board that's going to snipe something. Everything's completely blocked off and hidden. My knight is in like a okay spot, to which I can check. And then move a rook. That's all I'm moving. To then which I can move my bishop over here, and it does nothing anyway. So I'm just gonna hit R.
Bishop B4.
That's
It's white
right.
to move here. It's
How
white to move
so?
here. This one might be difficult to spot.
I don't know why.
You have to set
Okay,
up a
tell
fork.
me why.
No, that's not quite right. Try again.
Oh, I'm attacking the queen like this. I'm putting my bishop here, everybody. To then which the queen is like, hey, I don't appreciate that. So the queen's going to take it for some reason, instead of like moving out of the way. Like here, for example. Okay, but I'm going to move my thing here and the queen's going to take it. And now if the queen takes it, if the queen didn't take it, I'm in trouble. If the queen takes it, then I move my knight here, it's check, and then I get a queen. That's what I was supposed to visualize.
Good job. Bishop B4.
So my
A
knight
very strong
does...
move. The black queen has nowhere to go but to capture
What do
that
you
bishop.
mean?
Queen takes B4. Now white to move. Do you see the win? Knight A6 check. A royal fork. Hitting the black king on B8 and the queen on B4.
Oh yeah, I
White's
guess the
gonna win
queen couldn't move.
Because of this tactic, we refer to the bishop on B4 as being indirectly defended by the knight on C5.
Plus my pawn was
It's
there.
white to move here and win a pawn. You can take advantage of black's pin. It's white to move here. This one might be difficult to spot. You have to set up a fork.
So my pawn is blocking this. My bishop has got this and is here. And my knight got... Okay, I thought the queen can go here, and I didn't see this. Okay, that's why it... That's why I didn't see it.
It's white to move here and win a pawn. You can take advantage of black's pin.
White to move and win a pawn. How exciting. This is pretty early in the game. This is really, really early in the game. I've only moved a few pieces and then castled. And I could win a pawn? And black's pin is what? My knight. My knight is being pinned to here. Okay. What's my hint? Is the the knight on F3 really pinned? Well, yeah, in one way he is, but is this knight really pinned? Okay, I can't move back this. I can't move back my bishop because the knight's actually got this covered. Could fly right up there and have a check.
No, that's not quite it.
That's a check. It moves the king out in the middle. And then it gives me that'll rattle my opponent. And then I could do nothing else after that. Okay. Let's move my queen out of the way.
No, that's not quite it.
Okay. Move my queen still in harm's way.
No, that's not quite it.
If I move my knight... If I move my knight, the bishop is going to go down and attack my queen. I feel like it is actually pinned. Or am I supposed to do something else?
No, that's not quite it.
Okay, so that's what I thought. This knight and that thing's got it blocked. And win a pawn. I'm going up one piece is what he's saying. It might not actually be a pawn, but I'm going up one piece. In an open game. Such as this, or is this kind of close? This is kind of open to me. Trading a knight for a bishop would be preferred. Maybe. And all I'm looking for is my hint is NF3 really pinned? I take that piece, and then I go up here, and then I get killed. I go here, and then nothing happens. I go there, and nothing happens. Uh, then I, I take. No, I don't know what I'm doing here. If I go here, I lose my queen. I go up here, and then he's still free reign to start taking pieces out, isn't he? Well, how about if I just go for it?
Very good. Knight takes
That is
e5.
right.
A shocking and very strong move. Black has two options here. He can either take the queen on
Yeah.
d1, which is obviously the tempting move, or he can play d takes e5. First of all, if black plays d takes e5, then white can play queen takes g4, and white's won a pawn. Sometimes you can turn your opponent's pin into your
Okay.
discovery.
What's the other route?
But black has a much more tempting move. After knight takes e5, what black wants to do is bishop takes queen on d1. The knight on f3, after all, was pinned. But what does white have in mind here? In this position, there's a beautiful mate in 2. Take your time. Do you see it?
Okay, I wasn't seeing a mate in 2. I was just gonna go here, and then the queen had to move. Okay. I can move this here and then check. I see one check. There's another move after this? Moving the queen out of the way. If I move my knight here, the queen will move out of the way. It doesn't matter where the queen moves, I don't think. I don't think. I can't visualize all of this. All of these moves that could possibly happen. Or I can go here and check. And the king moves that way. No, the king can't. The king has to move here. Then I can move a knight here and check it again. But then I'm thinking the king can move here. No, the king can't. Okay, no, the king can't move there. So, okay. I cannot really visualize where all my pieces are after I take them. That is something my brain just cannot function to do. I lose where my piece was, and I already forgot that my bishop was already here on f7 that quickly, because my piece is still technically down there. So I'm gonna do this because then I can see it, and if it's wrong, then I know not to go this route.
Yep,
Okay,
that's it. Bishop takes f7 check.
he's forced
The d7 square is
down.
defended by the white knight on e5, so black has to play king e7. Now mate in 1, knight d5, checkmate. A beautiful central attack. White's 3 minor pieces go after the black king and win the game. Once again, I warn you against mechanical thinking. It's very easy to see that knight on f3 and think it can never move. Always look for a way to get out of a pin with tempo. In this position, knight takes e5 turned the tables on black's pin.
You lose your queen but get a checkmate in 3 moves. That seems unreal to me.
This position is actually from a game I played in the New York City Elementary School Championship in 1988. My opponent was a boy named Nicholas Proudfoot. He had the white pieces, I was black. Here I have forced mate in 4. Take your time, black to move. You just learned the critical idea in the last exercise.
There's a lot of learning. There's just too much learning. Okay. Well, who would have thought? Who would have thought that too much learning is going to make my brain turn to mush? I haven't even been out of school for I not even that long, and my brain is like, I don't want to learn all of this, and I'm like, I thought you wanted to learn at chess. It's like, yeah, but not this. This is confusing. This is too much work. I just wanted to learn it and then play, which I probably can play soon, maybe without learning the whole rest of everything that was in this game. I might just do that actually. All right, so I'm doing something again. I can move my knight and check, forcing him to move that way. Or I can move my queen. No, there's no point to move my queen there. Forced mate in 4. So I run my bishop all the ways up here like this.
No, that's
Okay,
not
because
quite it.
then the
Try
knight
again.
goes, and then I go there, and then didn't work. Okay, I thought that was my quick answer. Uh, check.
Good job. First, knight f2 check. King g1. Now it's mate in 3 for black. Take your time, play the best move. Notice, of course, the black knight can move anywhere it wants to with discovered check, but there's only one way to force mate. You see it?
Well, my knight is here. If I put my knight here, then I have this blocked off twice with the queen. The king can still move on. If I go there, then this is blocked off, and I'm back to where I started if I move my piece back. So if I move my knight here, that makes no sense. I'm not criticizing you for this game, but why are you still playing chess? How about you just Google the top viewed game on Twitch right now, Melis? Just do me a favor and just go and do that, and check out like the top 2 or 3 games right now, and then maybe you might be like, oh wow, really? Just see if you do it. And if you can't, go look at Twitch Strike. Just Google Twitch Strike if you can't seem to do it on Twitch to find out what's the top viewed games right now. You will be shocked, maybe. There's 4 that I could think of right at the top of my head. 1 I will never, 3 I would never play. I was gonna say 1, but then I realized the other 2 I will never play either. Really, I can play them, but they're just too boring. So I'm moving my knight for a discover check, but I also want to block this route off or this route off. If I move my knight here, then the king can't go back where it was. Okay, then well, it is. It's in the top 4 all the time. Top viewed, most views. Twitch Strike has the actual percentages of people there. Unless Twitch Strike has been lying to me. Chess is top games, top viewed games, most people watching, all of that stuff. So interesting. But yeah, I've already gotten like 7 follows already, and there's more people showing up on chess than than ever. Not that I'm gonna stick with chess for the rest of my life. I don't think so. But if chess is a way to grow on this channel, then I'll have to do it. Because it's time to grow this channel before it gets to the point where I have to quit, and then there's nothing I can do. So yeah, let's try to grow this channel, whether it's chess or not. So I'm gonna put this piece here, but I don't know why. And that's probably not the way to play this tutorial. I'm thinking, but like I can't visualize any further than this. I really have no desire to play with people like that, especially any game really. If you watch Minecraft, you'll probably understand why I don't want to play with people. And if I'm gonna try to play with people, don't want to be mean, but I want the channels to be very big so I can grow my channel. As much as I love playing games and having fun, uh, in the end, it's either this channel has to grow because it's a business, and if it doesn't, then it ends, and I don't want this to end. So I'm trying to be a little bit more serious about this now, instead of just going and doing whatever. I'm trying to make this work right now. So yeah, it's as much as I am having fun playing video games, I'd like to also grow, which may not be the most funnest thing playing chess right now. And me trying to talk, I cannot move on chess when I'm talking. So if I move my knight here, then my queen has this, and he can move here. But what does that do for me? Nothing. I don't see if I'm moving my knight or if I'm moving something else. And if I move my knight here, then I got nothing blocked off. But I'm just going to move you in here because I don't know if this is right or wrong. Okay,
No, that's
good.
not
So
quite it.
that's not right. I don't mind blocking him back off and letting him go back. So if I go here and check him again, it's a double check to which he could hide and go right back to where he was, though. Oh, okay. I can move here, or there. My bad. Or here, I mean. Here, there, or here, or there. I just don't know where you want me to move. Remember the pattern you saw recently? Oh, I already forgotten that. I've already forgotten the pattern. Am I trying to smother him in? Because that's a challenge. I don't see if I move my piece up like that. Nothing's happening. I gotta do a discover check. Moving him back in place?
Good move. Knight h3 check. King h1. Now it's forced mate in 2. Take your
What?
time. What is it?
Wasn't I not in this position in the first place? Or no?
Now it's mate in... This position is actually from a game I played in the New York City Elementary School Championship in 1988.
Oh,
My
okay.
opponent was a boy named Nicholas
I was
Proudfoot.
here.
He had the white
I'm
pieces.
going
Good
here.
job. First, knight f2 check.
And
King
all
g1.
I've done
Now
was
it's
move
mate in
my
3 for
knight
black.
from here to here.
Take your
From
time.
here
Play the best
to
move.
here.
Notice, of course, good
How?
move.
Okay.
Knight h3 check.
Now he
King
can't.
h1. Now it's forced mate
Now
in
I
2.
can move my piece
Take your time.
here.
What is it?
Forced mate in 2. So if I move my queen, the knight has to take the queen. Then I drive my bishop right here. And it's not checkmate because there's nothing defending it. Okay, that doesn't work. That doesn't work, everybody. Nobody move quickly. That did not work at all. If I attack the knight now... and remove that knight... No, the knight's gonna still be there. I'll do it, because I don't see what else I can possibly do. If the knight goes there, then that knight's there. And if I move my queen up... I don't move my queen up, I move my knight there. Oh, I moved my knight to trap it in. But there's no check. The king can't move, and is it stalemate? That is... I don't think that works. I'm gonna just do this, but why? That's there. This comes over here, I'm assuming. But there's no need for it to attack. This could also move away. I don't see if that's not gonna work, I don't think. Moving my queen up is just gonna get me to lose my queen. I move my queen up, the knight has to come in here. Now I'm doing the exact same thing again. Okay, the knight has to take... The knight is trapped, you go over here and it's checkmate again. That's exactly what just happened. Okay,
Work.
fine.
Queen sacrifice. Queen g1 check. Very similar to what we just saw. The knight on h3 guards the queen on g1, so the king can't capture. But white's knight on f3 can take it. Knight takes g1, and now do you see the smothered mate? Knight f2,
Very
checkmate,
nice.
and black wins the
Again,
game.
took me...
I actually went on to win this tournament. This was a very important tactic for me. Now, returning to the original position for a second, let's take a look. I just want you to notice that, of course, black couldn't initially play
No,
queen
I
g1,
saw that.
because white can play king takes g1. The whole idea of the initial two moves, knight f2 check, king g1, knight h3 check, was that after king h1, queen g1, the white knight has to capture, smothering its own king. Of course, after knight h3 double check, white could also have played king
Right.
f1. Do you see the mate in one here?
Nah.
It's a support mate. Queen f2. Knight on h3 also guards
No,
the
I
f2
didn't see
square,
that
and
until
black wins the
way
game
too
here.
late.
The reason I gave you the last exercise first is because you may have had more trouble with that one than with this one, even though this one was much more complicated. I want you to recognize the importance of learning patterns and then applying those patterns to other
Whose
situations.
brain?
Now for your last exercise, an extra challenge.
Whose brain's already exploded at this point? Because I think mine's almost turned to mush. It's almost liquid right now.
This problem is really hard, and it involves thinking backwards. The first thing you should notice is that all of black's pieces are aiming at the king. You see the bishop on b7, the bishop on d6, the knight on d4, the queen on d7. They're all sweeping this way, towards the king's side. So you should immediately sense that there's a way for you to win here. Black can put these elements together to mate the white king. So when you see this type of situation, where all of the pieces are aiming at the king, your instincts should go off, your alarm bell should ring. There's a way to win here. Take your time. What do you see? It's very tempting in this type of situation to just run at the king, to try to play knight e2 check, or knight f3 check, or queen takes h3, sacrifice something, attack. A lot of people think that attacking chess is all about rushing forward, but it's not. Usually, to be successful against a strong opponent, an attack has to be very methodical. Here, there's one white piece, the knight on c3, which is guarding the e2 square, which turns out to be quite critical. With that in mind, find black's strongest idea.
So sometimes you don't attack in chess. Sometimes you do something not attacking, like to eventually set you up for win. I don't think my brain's gonna handle this soon. I'm gonna just soon just start playing chess and show you where my level is, and then I can tell you if I've gotten better or worse at chess at this point. With all of this new information that's been bombarded into my brain while trying to live stream. Yeah, this is an interesting thing I've set myself up to. Very interesting. Okay. I'm trying to remove the knight out of the way. I don't have to sacrifice anything, but I can set a piece up and removing this knight with this piece will then leave the bishop or the queen there, to then which I can go on with a check, and then another check, and then another check. And then the knight's out of my way right away.
Well done. The first move is a sacrifice. Rook takes c3. White plays queen takes c3. Now it's your turn. Forced mate in 2. Black to move. Very good. The idea of taking on c3 was to remove the defender of the e2 square. So black plays knight e2 check, king h1. Did you see the mate here? Here you use a pin. The g2 pawn, in fact, can't move because the bishop on b7 is now pinning it to the king on h1. So black can play queen takes h3 check. And in fact, that's not just
checkmate.
It's
Okay.
mate. Black wins the game because of a fantastic pin.
a
So
fantastic
this last problem
pin.
involved sacrificing to remove the defender, to open up a deadly pin to deliver checkmate. That's how we combine critical ideas to
My
win chess
brain.
games. Congratulations. Now you're in possession of a tactical foundation that you can build on for the rest of your chess playing
No.
days. Remember, these ideas we just studied are the building blocks of nearly every complex chess creation. As you grow as a chess player, you'll learn how to combine the very themes we just discussed to orchestrate beautiful, harmonious attacks.
Beautiful,
Now we're ready to enter the subtle world of chess strategy.
harmonious attacks. I already have a slight headache. I've already gotten a slight headache, and all I'm doing is learning how pieces move. And my brain is already like, yeah, you know what? I'm already sore. This is whatever you do. Because I'm thinking video games is keeping my brain active. I really like to believe this. But this type of learning is actually hurting my brain. Because I'm reading and thinking and stuff all the time in video games. and also like thinking what to do with this channel when I'm not live. But this type of learning is just like what? Because all I remember now is smothered mate, and then forks, skewers, and pins, and a few other things. But am I gonna? I hope it just somehow is in my brain right now, and then when I play chess, I can just do this. I hope that's how my brain works, because if it doesn't, then all of you become master chess players, and then if you were to challenge me, I wouldn't have learned anything, and I'm still the same level where I'm at, and all of you are now masters. So I either A, helped all of you out, and you've all become better chess players, and I've gotten worse, or B, maybe I have put it in my brain, and when I do play a chess game, eventually, I'll be able to win. It's one of those two options, or maybe there's an out of this universe uh, answer that I can't think of. Anyway, moving on. Okay, either way, Malice, this has been a lot of learning, a lot more than I thought, and we're not even.
In this mastery
Oop!
quiz, you'll
I
be
hit the
asked
wrong
to
button. I hit again. I'm still on Nintendo controls. That's very not good. I'm still using A as back and B as go, and I don't know how to get out of this maneuver that I'm in right now. This is not normal. There you go. I am not even. Are you kidding me? I still got all of this to do. No, this. I think these are not a thing. So I'm not even halfway through the tutorial. Maybe it is. Maybe strategy is a thing. Then maybe he's talking, and then he's going to teach you. So maybe we are halfway through, and all of these are not things. I hope not, because if we're not even close to halfway's done, goes my brain entirely. We'll see. Introduction to strategy. And then there's another quiz at the end of this. Okay. The cat and mouse. Ah, okay, there's no... I don't think there's any... 1999, 1996. These are all of his games? Okay. Endgame course. Okay, I think I should learn this. I thought I was taught chess when I was young from a friend's dad. Then he whooped me. I'm getting a vibe from this, people. I'm getting a vibe that young people were taught how to play chess against people who really knew how to play chess, and then when they played against you, they annihilated you. Is that the mentality of chess? 'Cause some chess player, please show up and defend yourself, because I am like 3 for 3 in stories right now, where people said I was young, somebody taught me, and then I got destroyed in it, and then I never played chess again, because it's becoming a theme, everybody. But yeah, what's up with that? So for in-game course sounds great, and then these are more games. I'm thinking I don't have to worry about that and that. And these are more games. So I have endgame course and this. We are halfway through this. Thank goodness. Introduction to strategy then. Talk to me, Josh.
Now we're prepared to plunge into a deeper layer of chess, strategical thinking. Part of the reason I call chess the black and white jungle is because chess positions can sometimes seem alien
Oh,
and
it
foreboding,
is.
with danger lurking in
Oh,
every
it is.
crevice. Other times the game can feel lush and natural, the moves coming to us like raindrops, steadily
They're
falling into our
blocking
minds as if from nowhere.
and blocking
The
that.
key to feeling at ease within the complexities of diverse chess positions is to have an understanding of the operating principles that govern all scenarios. Then the moves can spring out of our intuitions like magic, and chess can become a thrilling, artistic experience. In Part 3 of the Academy, we'll discuss critical chess principles that can serve as beacons for long-term strategical thinking in positions that might otherwise seem devoid of logic. After this part of the Academy, you'll have a sense of direction in virtually any chess situation,
Oh?
because you'll have an eye for its essential components. Like the tactics we discussed in Part 2, the strategical ideas we're about to take on are the building blocks to the most advanced chess ideas. Soak them in, and you'll be on your way.
Checkmate. Says white. You choose. I choose you, knight. I choose. I hope I remember all of this, because he just said I'll have the complete knowledge in any situation after I finish this. I hope so. Oh, that was it. The introduction's over. Moving on.
Before discussing opening principles, I need to clarify the importance of the opening in the study of
Opening.
chess. The most common error that chess teachers and players make is to spend the beginning of their chess lives memorizing opening variations with which they think they can win lots of quick games. There is nothing more tempting than learning to win fast, but this is a
I don't want to
terrible
win
mistake.
fast, I just want to win.
If you memorize variations, you may do well in the short run, but over time you'll falter because you're not learning the heart of chess. When I began my study of chess when I was 6 years old, my first teacher and I spent years studying the endgame. This may sound counterintuitive to some people, because I was working on positions I may never see again, but I promise you, this is the right way to go.
Don't learn how to play it at the beginning of the game or the middle. Learn the end game, and that helped him out. I I hope another chess person shows up, another master, of course, and I do want to believe in the heart of the pieces. I totally do, Malice. I hope another chess master shows up and said, "Yes, I've learned not rememorizing starting beginning place, but what to do at the beginning cuz all I'm told is to move my pawn pieces in the middle. And then the moment I do that, I don't know what to do after that. Cuz all I know is I'm trying to take over the middle. And then somebody moves a pawn piece over on the right and left side, and then they put a piece over there, and then now my queen and my king is getting attacked, and I'm like, oh wow, okay, why? So I don't need to know how to win quickly. I just need to know what to do, beginning, middle, and end. And yes, I know how to do the step thing in checkmate, but I also know how to do a lot of stalemates too. So like I need to learn how to. I need to learn a lot of things in chess. It seems.
By studying each chess piece in isolation, I learned the power of empty space. The chessboard possesses fascinating
So you
subtleties
blocked
which
and
emerge over
attacked.
time, and I learned the essence of the chess pieces
This is
because I
what I
studied them
do
in
all the
positions of
time.
reduced complexity. What was important
You
was that I
attacked
was
the
learning the
queen there
principles
with
which
that.
govern all chess positions. You may have noticed that this is the spirit of this academy. I'm teaching you ideas that are universal to your chess experience. Growing up, I was the highest rated kid in the country from the age of 8 on, and all the other top players were always going for me.
Highest rated
There was one
kid
coach in particular who ran the
at
program at the school that was the main rival
age
to
of
Dalton,
8.
the school I attended from 3rd to 10th grade. This guy taught his students the openings beyond all else. His students had countless traps memorized, and many of them were prepared specifically for my opening repertoire. Playing against these kids was always dangerous because the beginning of the game was like walking through a minefield. I often came out of the opening down a pawn or two, but I never lost one national championship game to one of these kids. I might have been in a little trouble off the bat, but as the games progressed, I got stronger and they got weaker because I was moving towards my area of comfort, the endgame, and they were leaving their memorized openings.
Okay, I don't have anything memorized, so I think I don't qualify as those kids. Because I don't know any openings. I just want to put my pieces in the middle and then try to get my pieces out and then castle early. That's what I was told to do, and then I don't know what to do after that.
During my years, the Dalton team won 7 national championships, and I won 8 individual national titles, while our rival was usually just behind in 2nd or 3rd place. I would argue that it wasn't the kids who held themselves back. They were all astonishingly gifted children, but it was the short-sighted approach of their coach.
Wait, so yeah, the knight would
Perhaps
take,
the
of
most
course.
important thing about beginning with the endgame and chess principles instead of
Now
memorization
there's
is that this way you enjoy the beauty of chess without being completely focused
that's
on
way too
winning.
many pieces attacking
A
that.
key component on the road to mastery is to embrace the journey as opposed to fixating on results. That way you can deal with the inevitable ups and downs of competition without falling apart.
Check.
The endgame is where you
I
should
don't
focus the
like
beginnings of your
this.
chess education, and I would recommend that soon after completing this course, you turn your attention to my endgame lessons, in which I teach the essentials of this rich part of the
Okay.
game. Now, with that understanding, I would be remiss to ignore the openings altogether in this academy, because then you sit down to play your first chess games and have no idea
Yeah.
what to do. I expect I then get some angry letters on my
What?
website. So what we're going to do is learn some principles of opening play.
Okay.
I'll teach you ideas that can be applied to virtually any situation you run up against, and this way you can feel confident no matter what your opponent throws at you. I want to emphasize that in this academy we are taking our first steps to thinking about chess like a master. We are not learning how to trick a beginner. Now to the principles of opening play.
Wait, I want to know if Josh still has his email open, and we can email him after this. Because I think I would want to, just a little bit. I would send him an angry letter because I don't have anything to be angry about, but just to send him a letter and be like, "Thanks, Josh, for helping me out to learn how to play chess. My brain is sore to try to remember everything that you taught me, and then try to focus on that while doing a live stream, to which I can focus. But thanks."
I always begin by moving my king pawn out.
you That's what I do too.
Let's say your opponent doesn't get to move. This is how you should develop your pieces. Your next move should be d4.
Should
Now
be.
this is only, of course, if black hasn't made another central pawn move to challenge
Like
that
that,
square.
okay.
So now your e-pawn and your d-pawn control this whole area
No,
of
you
the board.
don't.
This is very important. And also notice how your bishops are wide open. They can slice into the game. Your queen is open. Your knights can come out. Having your pawns on e4 and d4 gives you an excellent central
Does it?
control. Next, I would develop my knight to f3. There's a saying in opening play, knights before bishops. So in many opening positions, you'll have a choice. You can bring out either your knight or your bishop. In those situations, usually you'll bring out
Knights
your knight
before
first.
bishops.
So knight f3. Next, you might play bishop c4. This opens up your king to be able to castle to the king's side. Notice all the pieces are moving towards the center of the board. I'm not playing moves like knight
Some
h3.
people do that though.
I'm playing moves like knight f3, control
And
of the
then
middle. Now I might castle. My king is nice and safe. The f2, g2, and h2 pawns are in front of my king, guarding him. Very, very safe.
Until the queen destroys one of those pieces, and then you're on the defense again. Again, up to 980, awesome. No good to me points. Like I said, hop over on DLive. Because every Lino point you get is like a 0.012 of a thing, and then after a while you can just draw your own money just by being in my own channel. It's kind of awesome. And I have 36.1 Lino points. I'm trying to save up for 100. And I forget how much Lino points cost, but if I have 100 and send it to my chat, which I can anytime, then whoever collects all those points, it just goes to their Lino account, and Lino accounts can get converted into real money. So you bought all of my emotes, and you've bought all the things you wanted to say highlighted. That's interesting. Because I don't know what else to really add. I haven't had no time to check that out yet. There's probably way more things I could add. But you can buy all of my... Apparently you can buy all of my my emotes without being a subscriber, which is weird, I think.
Now, another important idea is that we don't want to advance our pawns ahead of our king. At least not too far. I often describe this as creating air, as if the king can feel a draft. In other words, if I were to push these pawns, say to h4 and g4, my king would get much, much less safe, because pieces could slip in the cracks. So here my king is very safe. I have my knight out, my bishop out. Now I might bring my other knight into the game, knight c3. And now my other bishop could come out, either to e3 or f4. Next, I would bring my queen, and this connects the rooks. This is a saying in development in chess, connect the rooks.
Why?
If I have all my minor pieces out and my queen, and I castle, my rooks are connected. They're both ready to jump into the middle of the board, for example d1 and e1. In general, you want rooks on open lines, so probably either the e file or the d file or another one will have opened up. You want to put your rook on the open file, so if the b pawn weren't there, this rook would belong on b1. If the c pawn weren't there, the rook would belong on c1. You want your rooks on open
files where no pawns are.
This is the classical developmental scheme. But of course, your opponent gets to move too.
Of course. That's what I was worried about. Though there was that time, I think it was Delita and Naz gifted a bunch of subscriptions to you. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. That definitely was the time, and you all had my emotes. It was kind of nice to almost have like 15 subscribers there. But nobody else subscribed, and I never got my 15 subscriber badge. I only had it up to like 12 or 13, and never got that few extra to get the badge to unlock more things.
Now notice how when I developed all my pieces, I never moved one piece twice. This is another principle of opening play. Move each piece once. You don't want to move a piece
unless you're forced.
Times. For example, I brought my knight to f3, my bishop to c4, my other knight to c3, my bishop to f4. I castled. My queen came to d2. Each piece has moved only once, and consequently, I've developed all of my pieces. If I had moved my light-squared bishop to c4 or to b5 to a4 to b3, and then back to c4 again, then none of my other pieces would have been developed. A lot of people make this mistake. They focus on one piece and move it over and over and over. Don't do that in chess.
Unless you're under attack and you have to move that one piece to keep it alive. And don't bring out your queen too early unless you really are good. Because I think I brought up my queen early once, and then it was constantly under attack by an AI computer, but still. I did constantly keep moving it, because I didn't want to keep trading it like the AI always wants to do.
So let's review the principles we've talked about so far. First, we control the center. Moves like e4 and d4.
Knights out next.
Knights before bishops. You develop your kingside knight out to f3. Usually you'll develop the pieces on the side you want to castle first. Obviously, then your king can jump into safety whenever it needs to. Next move, bishop c4. Into the center. You can castle away. King safety. Then you can bring your other pieces into the game, trying not to move one piece too many times. Then you can bring your queen into the middle.
Cool. Too bad I couldn't get 5 moves in before black moves once.
Now this brings up a really important idea. Don't bring out your queen too early. Some of you probably remember that from the movie, Searching for Bobby
I'll watch
Fischer.
that movie.
I used to make that mistake. When I was a little boy, I used to bring out my queen too early. It's very tempting because she's your most powerful piece, so you want to bring her to the game fast. Let me show you why it's a mistake. Let's say you're playing white. You play e4. Your opponent plays d5. And you take the pawn. Now, of course, you don't want to play a move like knight f3 there because then they could take your e4 pawn. There's no room for mechanical thinking in chess. They play d5 and you take it. E takes d5, black responds, queen takes d5. Now, the black queen has come into the game too fast. Now you want to develop your pieces while attacking the queen. Chase the queen all over the board. Say you play knight c3. The knight comes into the game and the queen has to move. Let's say queen g5. Now you can bring another piece into the game and chase the queen. Knight f3. So now white has 2 minor pieces into the game and black's queen is running all
That's
over
what
the
kind of
place.
happened to
Let's say
me.
he plays queen h6. Now stick to the principles. You can take control of the center and prepare more
So
development.
move the pawn,
d4,
yeah, to
opening
attack
up a
the
discovered
queen.
attack from the
Yeah,
bishop on c1
I saw
into the
that.
queen on h6. Let's say black plays queen f6. Now you want to keep the same thing going. You want to bring another minor piece into the game with tempo. Bishop g5. You see how all of white's pieces are coming into the game and the black queen is just being chased all
Yeah,
over
that
the
happened.
place? After bishop g5, let's say black plays queen f5. Now, what would you do here? Bishop d3. Another strong developmental move, attacking the queen. Black will run away again. Queen g4. Now black's attacking our g2 pawn. He has a threat, but that's not a problem. We can simply castle. Take a look at this position. You wouldn't believe how often something like this
Yeah.
occurs. Black's queen has been running all over
Yeah.
the place. White's developed both knights, both bishops, strong pawn in the
Technically
center,
I'm black at this
and
point.
white castled the
Yeah,
king to
that's me
safety.
playing over there.
White has a huge advantage here because he developed with principle, while black brought out the queen too early and moved the same piece too many times. So you can see how black's problems were all based on not following the principles, and all of white's moves, which were very, very good, were based on following
Did
the
you see
principles.
how...
This is how you should think about chess. And this is a great way to approach
That's
the opening.
great, but I don't know how to move all my pieces so that every piece is blocked. Do you know? Notice how every piece is covered? The knight has protected the bishop and the pawn, and like my pawns at the bottom got my knight, my bishop, and my other knight defended. Everything is absolutely defended. The queen cannot attack anything without losing at this point. And it's just like, just how would you know how to move all of those pieces like that?
Now you've heard me talk about king safety. One last point. Whenever you have a principle that you want to use, you also want to think about how to prevent your opponent from using those ideas. So you want to develop while preventing your opponent from developing. You want to bring your king to safety while preventing your opponent from castling his king to safety. You want to control the center while preventing your opponent from controlling the center. You want to move each piece of yours once while trying to incite your opponent to move as many
Evan's
pieces
top 10
of
games you
his
played
as many times
2019
as
and
possible.
go.
This is how it works in chess. So every principle you learn will have more than one side to it.
You want me to like go through my list of games to find out which ones I played in 2019 that were my top? Because I don't have top. The only ones I say that I did not truly enjoy is Detroit, and that's like the only one I could think of. And go by memory. No, thank you. Uh, no, thank you. I played way too much. I played months of Final Fantasy 14. Um, and before that, my channel just wasn't doing what I wanted, so I tried to focus on that. So there really wasn't no game that it just came out that I just wanted to play so badly that was brand new. And all the games I played, I've owned and always wanted to play, and I got them checked off my list. But there's nothing of top. There's no top 10. I have no top movie, no top music, no top game. I just like everything that I do. I don't mean new. I just meant the ones games you played this year. All of them then were my top, minus Detroit. That's my answer. All of them minus Detroit. It's that simple for me. There's no game that I would make or say that I like way more than any other. I don't have that mentality. I treat all games fairly, and I like them all.
Whose position do you prefer here?
Whose position do I prefer here? White's.
Very good. It turns out that white is better, because the weak king is quite important. There is no forced win, but white has a lot of factors working to his advantage. Whenever you look at a chess position, the first thing you should do is notice the material
You make it.
differences. Begin with the pawns. Count them. Here you see black has 7 pawns and white has 6, so black's up a pawn. Then move to queens. Both sides have queens. Rooks. Both sides have 2 rooks. Bishops. Both sides have 1 bishop. And knights. Here both sides have 2 knights. So black's up a pawn. On the other hand, white has much more development, a safer king, and central control. So this position is one of trade-offs, material for time and quality. Time, in this case, meaning development, and quality meaning white's pieces are better placed.
I've already gone on this topic like 100 times, saying that I don't do favorites or top stuff. So it's amazing that you asked me again, because I think you've already asked me before. And I've already mentioned countless times that I don't do favorites. Just nothing. I'm not like that type of person. Uh, the only things I can talk about is the games that I'm playing and games I'm planning on playing. And sure, I can talk about a few that I've done in the past, but the ones that I've done in the past, most recent would be the Final Fantasy 14 and up, and you weren't around for those. So when I say like snailing to you, because that's a reference to Final Fantasy 14 that a lot of people who were there will remember, you're gonna be like, what? So I don't know how else to answer your hard question when I never have ever picked top favorites on anything in my entire life. That's all. I can't be around for 14. It's too boring to watch. That game is too boring to watch with all that action and stuff going on. I wasn't sitting on a pier fishing for 4 hours every episode. I was doing story. You have to, and I was told Final Fantasy 14 story is not boring. So, what do you mean?
How about this position? It's white's move. Who would you play here? Black or white?
Is it some kind of trick question? Because I'll play as white.
That's right. White is better here. Think about the themes previously discussed. What is white's best move? The relevant theme here is king safety.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna castle. So you just don't like watching MMOs, because a lot of people the few that showed up definitely said that they liked it. But well, thanks for the follow, ol_doiz. Old doiz. Interesting name. But thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to Heaven's Army. As I'm talking and about Final Fantasy 14 and playing chess.
That's not the best move.
Oh, what was I doing? King safety. King safety, everybody.
That's not the best
What?
move.
What? I was not paying attention. Look for a trade of pieces. Look for a trade of pieces.
Good work. The best move is bishop takes f7. And after the trade, bishop takes f7, king takes f7. White can play, for example, knight e5 check, and white has an attack against the black king. And most important, black can never castle to safety because the king has already moved. This means that the king will be stuck in an open center for a long time, and it'll be hard for black to continue development because the rooks will be penned in by a king stuck
So
on
that's
f8
where
or
I go
e8.
wrong.
This is one of the main drawbacks to not having the king castled away. The rooks aren't connected, and so they can't play actively in the game. Winning chess games as you face off against tougher opponents isn't just about mating and winning material. Sometimes our goal is to gain a strategic advantage, like having a long-term developmental edge and a safer king.
True.
It's white to move here. Who do you think is better? Click on white or black.
True, you do lose your rank on D-Live, but maybe I just want to purposely make you move over there so I can always be number one. It's white to move. Who do you think is better? Well, I still think white is better, even though my pawns are a little overextended. Uh, I could still move all my pieces out now because two of black's knights is way over in a horrible spot. I'm gonna go with white.
That's right. It would be easy to think of this position as one of trade-offs. White has more pawn development, and black has more piece development. It's important to know how to evaluate such situations. The most important issue here is quality of development. White has complete central domination, and black's knights are stuck on the side of the board, so the development is not so useful. If you focused on central control in your evaluation, then you had your eye on the ball. White is much better.
Hooray!
One way to see this is to imagine how easily white can develop all his pieces, while black's game is cramped and difficult to handle. Remember, when developing, we want to begin by establishing at least one pawn in the center, holding our ground. Okay, let's say you begin a chess game e4, e5, and your opponent plays queen h5, bringing out the queen too early. It's a bad move that lots of beginners play. How can you develop a minor piece into the center and defend the e5 pawn?
A minor piece. Can I flip? I can. I would
No, that's
I would
not
do
quite
that.
right.
I would check
Try
the
again.
queen and okay. What? I wasn't paying attention again. I can't pay attention to this guy. I think my brain is just like, let's move a piece right now. Okay. How can you move a minor piece in the center to defend? To defend. So this. Wait, I can't move this piece?
No, that's not quite right. Try
Why
again.
can't I? Somebody tell me why this piece can't move. That's weird. Are these not considered minor pieces?
No, that's not
Oh,
quite right.
okay. Well,
Try
let's
again.
just hit hint because I'm not getting what you're telling me. Think about the specific order of developing the pieces in the opening. Well, I moved my knight to which I could attack his pawn and the queen, but that was apparently wrong. So then I go here to defend my pawn?
Good job. Knight c6. Developing a minor piece into the middle of the board and defending the
But I
e5
could have
pawn.
attacked the
This way
queen.
you're responding to your opponent's threat and developing. Now let's say white plays bishop c4. What do you like for black now?
I don't like any of this. I'm debating whether I want to stream at all tonight. It's been a long day and had to go to 2 showings for your kid's Christmas concert already. So soon? Been on the go since I woke up. That's take a night off and sit down and enjoy Heaven's Army. Just brain melt as he plays more and more chess because this is crazy. Oh, and by the way, you said something about this game looks with all the 3D in the background, and then you're watching this. And I did answer you, but to answer you live, this game completely has 3D chess. It's just I'm in tutorial mode, and they use this chessboard to teach you how to play chess, so you know what a queen and a king and a bishop, a knight and a rook looks like, and what your pawns look like. And it's very simple to understand what the pieces are. If you were running around with some of the chessboards that they have in this game, I can't even tell what the difference is between a king and a queen. It's better considering I've seen better looking free chess games. There's no such thing as Windows 3.1, is there? Please don't tell me you were alive and was down there. I always assumed it was always Windows 8 and 10. And no, I heard of something about what were they making fun of? Somebody was making fun of a Windows and I can't think of what it was, but that's as far back as I can go. So there's no such thing as Windows 3.1. I do not believe you. Okay, so I'm moving something. Uh, you're attacking this. I could go like this? No,
No,
you don't
that's
want me
not
to
quite
attack
right.
and
Try
defend?
again.
Okay, so then I can move another knight out.
No, that's not quite
Okay.
right. Try again.
I can move my bishop out here.
No, that's not quite
Okay.
right. Try
I
again.
can move my queen out nice and early.
Good job. A lot of beginners try this opening out. Queen h5, bishop c4, and you see white's threat here? White wants to play queen takes f7, checkmate.
Checkmate.
This is called a fool's mate. So with black now, you have to defend the mate. The
Didn't
best
see
way is
that.
to defend the mate in a manner that will allow you to continue with your development. Here there are a lot of moves. You can play g6, blocking the queen's attack on f7, attacking the queen, and also preparing what's called a fianchetto of the black bishop.
A what?
This is a fianchetto. The bishop goes to g7. Black can continue then knight f6, for example, and then castle and kingside. This is a very stable, well-protected king position. If you play g6, let's say your opponent plays queen f3. Remember, no mechanical thinking. I just showed you want to play bishop g7 to fianchetto your bishop, but here your opponent is threatening f7 again, so you defend it, knight f6. The knight is defended by your queen on d8. Your next move will be bishop g7. Now white's queen is moved twice in the opening, and it's exposed on f3. Black has a very good position because white tried to trap it.
Okay.
Your next move will be bishop g7, castle to safety, and black has a great game. More development.
I just fianchetto, pins and skewers and forks, en passant, and Zugzwang, and there's just too many crazy words right now in my brain. I'm gonna go back out and like try to play a Zelda game. I'm gonna be like, how do you block an attack? All I know is fianchetto. I know how to fork, but how do you play Zelda? Okay. Anyway, what am I this game?
In this position, you could also
Windows
defend on f7 by playing
1.1?
queen e7. True, you've developed your queen early in the game, but your
95,
queen is much less
98.
exposed than your
Millennium.
opponent's. Let's say that white were to play a3, a meaningless move in the side
People
of
were
the
talking
board,
about
but
Millennium.
beginners will play this way. Develop with tempo. What should black play now?
Develop with a tempo. That does nothing. Oops, I don't want to quit the game.
No, that's not quite it.
Develop with a tempo. Try to attack the white queen and develop a piece.
Excellent work. Knight f6 is the best move, centralizing the knight and attacking the white queen. Let's say white plays queen h3. Now black can win a piece. Do you see how?
Black can win a piece? But I'll be moving my piece twice.
That's not the best
Okay,
move.
good, because you told me not to move my piece twice. I do not see how I'm gonna win a piece here. But okay.
d5. A discovered attack. The bishop on c8 goes after
Oh,
the
I
queen
didn't
on
see
h3,
that.
and the d5 pawn
I was
is
just attacking the
on
bishop
c4.
with my pawn.
Good work. So white brought out his queen too early, and black took advantage.
It all started with MS-DOS.
Whenever your opponent plays strangely, like white did in this example, you should keep a sharp lookout for his threats while playing according to the principles. Remember, stop your opponent's ideas and continue with yours.
I don't have any ideas when I play chess. I just want to move my pieces and go. There's no idea when I play chess. But yeah, MS-DOS. I heard of that before. I heard of somebody making fun of Windows Millennium or something. And then if Microsoft Windows, I was told that they're not making any more Windows after Windows 10. So we're just going to be stuck in limbo for Windows 10 and just constantly keep getting upgrades. To which eventually the Windows is going to get super old. I was just assuming that Windows is going to open up their own brand new, proper updated Windows with complete customization for your computer. So that you can just tell it to, hey, my computer's starting to slow down. Can you check whatever's causing this? And then the Windows will just scan your computer and be like, oh, this is what's causing it. You've got too many Steam games on your computer right now. You're not playing them. Remove them off your computer. This is actually what's causing it's drawing up too much power by running up all of this stuff. It'd be really cool if Windows finally did what I'm kind of used to having my Windows is in the first place, since we're so far back in time. So what am I doing anything or just playing?
Take a look at this position. Do you think bishop c5 or knight e7 is better for black?
Knight to there. Or bishop to there. Well, I could slice through anywheres. My knight up here. Think about further developing of your pieces and visualize which of the two pieces would cause the most trouble of developing. The more trouble developing. Well, this one.
No, that's not quite right. Try again. No, that's not
Wait,
quite right.
didn't he just
Try
say that
again.
there's only two pieces to move? Pick up the pawn and throw it at the other's player's eye. Boom, you win. True. Just like move your piece right up and then be like, check. Just like, wait, what? I have teleporting pieces. All my pieces can teleport. That's my superpower. I don't know what he just said. Bishop to c5. Oh, well, yes, I want bishop to c5.
Excellent work.
I
It turns out the bishop c5
I didn't
is
see
best,
where I was putting
because
the
it
bishop.
develops and allows for future development. Let's take a look at what would happen with the other move. After knight
Oh,
e7,
knight
black has
there?
blocked in the
I
bishop
would
on
never
f8,
put the knight there.
and so the knight will have to move again to keep on bringing out pieces. And this violates the principle of moving a piece only once in the opening.
Shogi.
Okay, so the principles we just discussed are all you need to know about the openings. Now let's move on to the real
I've heard
chess.
of shogi before thanks to animes. I've never played it, but it was probably in that one where the what's her putz keeps picking on the guy. That one. That might have been shogi pieces there. But yeah. uh interesting. Another more games that could be I should just get a whole bunch of board games on my channel. Hit the wrong button. I'm still using Nintendo controls. Oh boy. I don't think I've ever had myself completely broken like that before. I've always been able to. I mean, I'm still able to pick up an Xbox controller after playing a Wii controller, and then before that, playing on a PlayStation 4 controller. I have no problem picking up a controller and playing, and it doesn't feel uncomfortable. But for some reason, my brain is still stuck on Nintendo controls. Yeah, that's not good at all. Pawn structure.
Many of our strategic decisions in chess come from the nuances of pawn structure. While the least valuable piece individually, the pawn is arguably the most important element of evaluating chess positions, because structure is what gives dynamic potential to all the other pieces. I'll begin by teaching some of the pros and cons of various pawn formations, and then we'll see how they can be applied to strategic thinking.
Go for it.
In this position, black's f-pawns are doubled. The f6 and f7 pawns are on the same rank. That's called doubled pawns. If this were a middle game position, and black were castled kingside, then the doubled pawns would be a hazard to king safety, because of the open g-file and weak h6 square. In an endgame, white might be able to slip in and attack the unsupportable h-pawn. If the f6 pawn, on the other hand, were on g7, there'd be no way for white to penetrate. One way of forcing this type of structural weakness in your opponent's position can be seen here. Take a look.
Okay. Could move my bishop over and lose my poor knight for some weird reason. The queen could still attack.
It's white to move here. Do you see a way to force the weakening of black's pawn structure? No, that's not
Well,
quite
that
it.
will make it work because I don't see how this will.
No, that's
Okay,
not
that's
quite
where I
it.
thought the queen attacked. Good. Okay, so if the queen is going to attack, my knight does not work. My bishop can go right up and attack, but that's not going to do anything. Okay. I'm not seeing anything. I'm trying to get a piece up here to make them stack, aren't I? That is my clue. Look for a way to attack a pinned piece. For a way to attack a pinned piece. Is this the pinned piece? This is also a pinned piece? There's numerous pinned pieces. I'm assuming they want me to attack without putting myself into danger as well.
Excellent work.
Okay.
Here, the bishop on g5 pins the knight on
I
f6.
see that.
You can attack the pinned piece with knight d5. There's no way for black to prevent knight takes f6, g takes f6, after which the king will be a little less safe and the f-pawn's doubled. Let's say after knight d5, black plays the interesting move, knight a5. White's bishop on c4 is pretty active, and so black chooses to trade knight for bishop. A good idea. Notice that the bishop can't escape, because after bishop b5, then black can play c6 and cause problems. The bishop for knight trade is going to happen. White just has to decide how.
Going to happen.
A key principle with pawns is to take towards the center. We always want to improve the cohesiveness of our pawns and to increase central control. After knight a5, white has a tough decision. What would you play?
You said move my pawns to the middle and attack, so just do this?
That's not the best move.
Okay, because that's how I would move my piece to the middle. But no, that was all wrong. I'd go for the kill.
That's not the best
Okay.
move.
Well, I tried. Try to move the bishop to a square where it can be defended by a pawn. Oh, okay, well then I can just do this then.
Good job. The best move is bishop b3.
Is then my left pawn?
After black plays knight takes b3, what should you play?
This left pawn could go to the middle?
The best move is a takes b3.
And free up
taking
my bishop.
Towards the center. Good job. Notice also now white's rook is
My
open.
bishop? I meant my rook.
White's central control is strong. This particular example of doubled pawns, the b2 and b3 pawns for white, it's not much of a weakness. Now, on the other hand, if white had played c takes b3, things would be different. Suddenly the d4 square is wide open. It's a big weakness. It's an outpost for black pieces. It can't be defended by a white pawn.
Outposts?
Back, if white had, say, castled here and allowed knight takes c4, d takes c4, he also would have been forced to take away from the center. So in this position, white had to decide how to trade bishop for knight without losing central control and without weakening the pawn structure. So bishop b3, knight takes b3, a takes b3, recaptured towards the center, and white has a good game.
Do you know what game you're going to be playing for Christmas? Because I can't seem to find any other games, so it's probably going to be the usual. But I finally got my Valentine's Day game. Parasite Eve, a scary game for Christmas? Interesting. Are you playing that because Parasite Eve's day one takes place on Christmas? Because that's an interesting thing to go. But after that, it's all horror and scary stuff, isn't it? It takes place on Christmas. Okay, so yeah, what I said. But you're gonna play that game on Christmas? I'd play Parasite Eve on Halloween. Because it's a scary game. Alright, interesting.
Also notice that in this position, after white makes the inevitable trade on f6, knight takes f6, g takes f6, bishop h6. While both white and black have doubled pawns, white's position is much better, because black's doubled pawns weaken his king, and white's doubled pawns weaken nothing.
The Gremlins movie? Haven't watched that, I don't think. I'm gonna say I haven't.
Let's return to a position we saw not so long ago. We saw that black had doubled pawns. Black also has what's called isolated pawns. Isolated pawns are pawns that are exposed on open files and cannot be supported by other pawns.
I see that.
Here we see that black's c and h pawns are isolated. You can imagine that if white were to have two rooks on the c file or h file, this could cause big problems for black.
Okay.
On the other hand, if that a7 pawn were on b7 and white were to have a rook on c1, then simply c7 to c6 would put up a wall. Isolated pawns also have the downside of leaving open holes within their own camp, in which enemy pieces can comfortably lodge. We'll see more on this idea on the weak squares creating outpost section to come.
Now I have to
Take a look at
deal with outposts, everybody. Now I gotta not even worry about all the other things that my enemies can do, but now there's outposts I gotta look for. There's too much to think about on chess. Is there a simplified chess game? Like even simpler? Like it's only like a 4 by a 4x6 game, and you only have like a few pieces. But you wouldn't think because it's an old movie. Okay, I was hoping like maybe Grimm's like a new movie that could have watched, but okay, older, but it has a big following, and there is Final Fantasy Tactics. Uh, yes, there is. Final Fantasy Tactics is chess to you. All right, I don't think I could agree with you there. Tactics is a tactical game, and you can move your pieces back and forth, and you can choose to save and do all of that stuff. But if you were to play chess, your pieces can only move so far. Once you move your pawn piece there, it's there. It's not going back. It'll never go back ever again. So I don't think chess is tactical, but Final Fantasy Tactics isn't chess. Is all I'm gonna say to that. You have to use tactics, but you can kind of move around wherever you want and make your way to win. Where chess, you have select pieces, and they only move one way, and they only attack one way, and you have there's only one end game goal, which is to take out the king. You can only move some ways. That's because you're not thinking hard enough. It's turn based. Every move you do makes a difference. Did you not see me play Final Fantasy Tactics on me making terrible decisions and still winning? And did you not see me get super powerful and then it didn't matter what I did? I just walked up and killed anything anyway? I can't do that on chess. I can't level up my pawn pieces so that they're level 99 and then I just walk up and kill 3 pawn pieces in one attack. So chess will never be like tactics. Yes, I do want to play Fire Emblem. I do, but nobody else wants me to play it. I've mentioned Fire Emblem all the time. I've mentioned so many games I want to play, but nobody else says anything, so I'm assuming they don't want me to play it. So I haven't played them.
This is a typical position where black has an isolated pawn. You can see that white has the powerful d4 outpost for his knight or other pieces, and that the d5 pawn is a long-term weakness for black to deal
Long
with.
term.
Usually, when you have this type of isolated central pawn, when there are lots of pieces on the board, your best bet is to play very actively.
By how?
Now let's return to that familiar pawn structure. We saw that black had double pawns and isolated pawns. There's one more weakness: pawn islands. A pawn island is a pawn or a group of pawns that has one or more files separating it from any other friendly
On
pawns.
Island.
In this position, we see that white has 2 pawn islands, and black has 4 pawn
Oh,
islands.
okay.
This is a big difference, and it means that white's pawns will be more coordinated and have less holes in their structure as the game progresses. A trick that you can use when evaluating pawn structures, especially in or near the endgame, is to ask yourself how many pawn islands each player has. In general, the more pawn islands, the more weaknesses.
Generally speaking, okay.
Another key indicator of whether or not a pawn structure has the potential to be well coordinated is to check out whether they can create a pawn chain. Here we see the f2, e3, d4 pawns forming a chain, but there are much more powerful examples.
Okay.
Take a look at this. Who do you think is better here, white or black? That's right. Here the material is even, but white has a huge advantage because of his pawn
Why
structure.
ask?
First of all, he has 1 pawn island to 4. Black has doubled isolated h-pawns, which are useless and very vulnerable to attack. But perhaps the most impressive element of the position is white's huge pawn chain, stretching from g2 all the way to c6. A critical thing to realize in this type of situation is that white has only one potential weakness, the g2 pawn. Black has to try to attack the base of the pawn chain, but in this position g2 is comfortably defended by
And I
the
can
white
move my
king.
rook up too.
In contrast, black has weaknesses all over the board.
Okay. Well, that was the fastest question I've ever answered on this game. Only because it was just like, yeah, really?
And there's another key
Oh.
factor. White has a protected passed pawn. A passed pawn is one that has no enemy pawns blocking its path to promotion. Passed pawns are very important. My first teacher used to always tell me, passed pawns must be pushed. The further up the board a passer gets, the closer to promotion, and thus the more valuable it
Pass
becomes.
pawns must be pushed.
Often in endgames, and you can see this in my endgame course later on in the academy. The position hinges on whose pawns have more potential to be promoted. In this case, both white and black have passed pawns. The main difference is that white's passed pawn is further advanced and protected, while black's passed pawn still sits on its original square and is vulnerable to
I
attack.
would do that right away.
Passed pawns are good, and protected passed pawns are even better.
Past pawns must be pushed. There's so many more rules that I just learned another thing.
Here's another factor that should help you evaluate past pawns in
Okay.
endgames. Whose is further away from the action? Take a look at this position. Here, both sides have passed pawns, but who do you think is winning? Good
Wait.
job. It turns out that despite the material equality, white is completely winning because he has the outside passed
Hooray.
pawn. If black plays king d5, white plays a4. Black has no choice but to stop the promotion. King c4. The king has to leave the king side. And now white can play actively with his king. King e4. Next he can play king takes e5, followed by king f6 to g7, takes on h7, takes on
Wow.
g6, and then he'll make a queen with the h-pawn, or g-pawn. White can gobble up all black's kingside pawns while the black king is preoccupied on the other side of the
Really?
board.
You gotta make the king go around and gobble that one pawn? Well, I'm gonna be thinking of all of this. Alright, here it goes.
Returning to the last position. It's true, you could argue that black has the outside passed pawn, but in this case it doesn't really matter because the rook is such a powerful long-distance operator, and other factors are in this case more important. For example, the powerful pawn chain, black's many weaknesses, black's doubled pawns. White has a great game here. In chess, we're often weighing the values of different types of
Are you?
principles in order to properly evaluate a position. You'll get better at this as you gain experience and get used to working with the fundamentals. In time, all the principles I'm teaching you in this course will become part of your chess intuition. You'll think with them without
Oh,
even
good,
knowing.
because that.
For now, let's look at some of the impact of pawn structure on strategy.
That's my problem, not thinking. It better become part of my intuition because there's a whole lot I've taken in this last episode and this one. I'm only on episode 2 and I've already taken in too much. All right, open and close games. Oh, D-pad. D-pad's the only thing that works here.
Okay, now let's take a look at how pawn structure determines whether the game is an open game or a closed game, and then we'll see how that affects your pieces. First of all, an open game is when the central pawn structure is airy, ripe with possibility, and not locked down. Like in this position, this is an open game. Diagonals and files are not blocked, and pieces have tremendous dynamic potential. A general rule with many exceptions is that bishops are a little stronger than knights in open
Yes.
games, while knights sometimes have an edge in locked-down pawn structures, in which time is not of the essence and their unique ability to leap over pieces becomes especially handy. Along those lines, what is black's best move here? No, that's
Well, I'm
not quite
attacking
it.
the queen. I totally attacked the queen there. Destroy the queen. That was my first go. All right, forget my first plan is never ever right. Got it. And it also opened up my bishop too. Yeah, it was really good. I thought. Like this?
No, that's
What?
not
I'm
quite
all
it.
blocked off again. Close the game. I gotta move my knight to get my bishop freed.
No, that's not
Okay,
quite it.
well that's also a good. Maybe I move my knight over here to get my bishop freed.
Well, we know we have an open game, so knight b4 is very strong.
Ah,
The white bishop cannot escape the trade, and so black will have
there was
improved his position by
there was a
eliminating a
trade.
bishop in an open game. Without understanding how pawn structure
Oh,
affects the power of pieces, we would never have known where to look for the best
I
move in
clearly
today's
didn't see the
position.
trade-off.
We work from our
No,
principles.
there's
Good
no
job.
principle. I just moved
Now,
my
let's
knight
take a
out of
look
the
at a
way.
closed game. This is a closed game because the central pawn structure is completely locked down. There is, however, a lot of play in the position. The B and H files are open, which means there is potential for both kingside and queenside attacks for either side. Remember how I said that sometimes knights are better in closed games? It's white's move here. What would you play?
It's white's move here. What would you play? All right.
No, that's
I
not
freed
quite
up my
it.
queen. Okay, we don't want to free up our queen because that's bad. Don't bring your queen out to
That's right. Here white can play bishop b5,
Oh,
pinning the knight on d7 to the rook.
GG me.
After rook d8, bishop takes d7, rook takes d7, let's evaluate the position. The only material difference is that black has a bishop for white's knight. Which do you prefer? How do you feel about that bishop?
I don't like that
It turns out
bishop.
that white's position is better because the game is closed and black's bishop is locked in by its own
Ha!
pawns. If it were a light-squared bishop, say on a6, then the evaluation would look quite different. Pawn structure is the crucial determinant of the strength and weakness of bishops.
But I just learned about outposts. Now I gotta worry about looking at all the pawns and seeing if they're blocking off bishops or not? What?
Here are some principles that can guide your
Oh,
evaluations.
help me.
First of all, bishops prefer open games to closed
Yes,
games.
I knew that.
Also, a bishop is good if its fixed or immobile pawns are on the opposite color, so they don't block its moves, and the opponent's fixed pawns are on the same color, providing targets. You want a bishop to have targets, not to be hemmed in by its own teammates.
Okay.
Take
Usually
a look
have
at
two
this
of them,
position.
though. I'm looking at it.
With what you now know about bishops, who's better here, white or black? That's right.
Okay.
White is better, because black has all the weaknesses and white has all the targets. A subtlety about this principle, which is a distinction that is slightly more advanced in this course, but I'll tell you anyway, is that in the middle game or opening, you should focus on central pawns that are fixed when evaluating bishops, while in the end game you should focus on all pawns. This is an idea to keep in the back of your mind for a few
Focus
years
in the
down
middle,
road.
later on focus on all. I'll try.
Who is better here, white or black?
Gonna have to go with this one.
Good job. Black is better,
Yeah.
because he has the good bishop. All white's pawns are on dark squares, locking in his bishop, and black has tons of targets. White has none. It's black to move here. What's your best move?
It's a closed game. Can move my bishop out. Can move my knight. I can't seem to move my knight anywheres really without blocking off my bishop, so that sounds like a bad idea. That also is a bad idea. I could go up and attack. I can move this piece here and attack the link chain, also pinning the link chain to the queen.
That's not the best
No?
move.
Okay, that was a good idea, I guess. Not good enough to win, though. Oh, okay, I keep hitting backing out because I don't want to move that piece. But I don't have to hit back out. How's this?
That's not the best
Okay,
move.
don't attack either. Don't attack. I could scare his rook away. That won't do really much.
That's not the
But
best
I
move.
freed up everything. How about moving this one?
That's not the best
Okay,
move.
that didn't work either. Hint me. Try to exchange one of your inactive pieces for one of your opponents that's much more active. Move one of my inactive pieces for the opponent's more active.
That's not the best
Oh,
move.
okay. That's the only active move I saw. Okay. How about this?
That's not the best
Okay,
move.
that's not it either.
That's not the best
Okay,
move.
well, my knight is doing nothing really. I thought that was it. Bishop for... no. Bishop for bishop?
Bishop g4, an excellent strategical decision.
Oh,
Trading your bad bishop for white's good bishop, and black takes the edge.
I didn't see that.
So remember, when comparing bishops and knights, bishops are usually a little better in open games, and knights are usually a little better in
I'm
closed
really
games.
starting to think.
And when comparing bishops with other bishops, a good bishop is one that has lots of targets. If you have a light squared bishop, you want your pawns for the most part to be on dark squares, not getting in the way, and you want your opponent's pawns to be on the same color as your bishop. Understanding what makes a bishop good is critical in knowing what and when to trade.
I think I'm too much of a video gamer and not a whatever it takes to play chess. Because all I'm trying to do is figure out where the game wants me to put a piece without knowing why they want me to put the piece there. I just moved all the pieces until it kicked in, and then when I got it, I'm like, "Yay! Why was that the right answer?" And that's all I'm doing. I'm not learning anything. I don't think. I'm a little worried that all of this is just teaching, telling me things and teaching you, but I'm not getting anything other than I've figured out where to put that piece now. Yeah. All right. Anyway, you want help? Clearly I do. Because I'm trying to learn how to play chess. I'm going through Josh's Waitskins Academy on this game, and he's talking to me, so it's great. But welcome to the stream. And yeah, I do. You you just joined. To this channel or to something? I don't know what is this program. Chessmaster for the Xbox. Oh, we're done that tutorial. All right, cool. Creating outposts. Okay, you were just talking about this. You were just talking about outposts.
Okay, now let's take a look at how pawn structure determines weak squares, and we'll learn how to create outposts for our pieces.
Okay, I want.
It's key to notice squares in or near the enemy camp that can be supported by one or more of your pawns but cannot be defended by your opponent's pawns. If you can occupy that square with a piece that is less valuable than any of your opponent's pieces that can capture it, this can lead to a huge strategic advantage.
Hooray! I see that.
Take a look at this position. Here it's White's move. In real chess games, there won't always be a way to win material right off the bat. Far more often, we have to improve our position strategically. What do you think White's plan should be here?
Um,
After you've given this some thought, click Next.
After I've given this some thought, click next. Okay, so I just want to move one of my pieces into a strategic outpost. And you want me to think in the middle of a live stream? All right, sure, I can try. I'm only seeing I have one knight, so I gotta move my queen somewheres, or I can move my knight somewheres as well. Moving my queen straight up would be a great move, I would think. That's my move.
Well, the d6 square is a fabulous potential outpost for the white knight.
Oh,
After knight d2, an excellent move. Planning a maneuver knight e4 to d6. White's position will be dominant.
but in
Notice that black can't play d5 beforehand because of en passant. After knight d6, black has little play. The c file is the only open file on the board, and now that the knight d6 guards the c8 square, white has complete control. If you notice weak squares in your opponent's position, then you can make powerful long-term decisions.
I would have moved my queen up there in one move, but it would make more sense to move your knight in three moves. But also, when you moved your knight three moves, the other person moved their other pieces three moves. So, just try to remember about outposts. Okay.
Okay, let's analyze his position after knight d2 a little bit. If black just sits around, his position will get crunched, so he has to do
Oh,
something.
crunched.
If possible, it'd be good to play b7 to b5, and then bishop c8 to b7 to c6.
Why?
This locks down the c file, defends the weak d7 pawn, and activates the bishop. That's black's plan. After b5, knight e4, bishop b7 is impossible.
Why?
Why? Because of the fork knight d6 check.
Oh.
So black has to castle. Now white plays knight d6, jumping into the square. Let's say black plays queen
How
c7.
dare he?
Of course, now black can't develop with bishop b7 because the knight guards that square. So queen c7 prepares some development. Do you see how white can win material here?
Oh, sure. Of course I can win material here, since you've set me up so nicely. Jack, I hope you enjoy an actual, like, normal gamer playing chess for the first time and being bombarded with en passants and zugzwans and forks, pins, and skewers, and then him telling you about a million other things, and then the streamer's brain turns to mush, and then and then I'm gonna try to play a chess game, and I'm gonna probably get annihilated, but it's okay because I've gone through all of this training. And this course is great. Yeah, this is why I played this game, because I knew Josh Waitskin talks you through everything. Now, I've already did episode 1 where I went through the basics, and now we're into the intermediate course. But, like, I mean, if you love chess, episode 1 and 2 is there on a nice, pretty YouTube play. Well, only episode 1, because I'm on episode 2 right now. But everything's on my YouTube, nice and pretty. Everything's all organized. I don't know where to put my Xbox games right now on YouTube, but I'll figure that out soon. Well, yeah, that's the only reason why I played this chess game instead of the other ones, because I wanted to be talked on how to play, on how to play this game first. So I'll try to win some material, no problem. I can scare his queen. Oh, I can't move.
Knight takes c8 removes the defender of the d7 pawn.
Okay.
So knight takes c8, rook takes c8, queen takes d7, wins d7, removing the defender. This wins material, but it has the downside of relieving the pressure on black's position. And this is actually one device when your opponent has a positional advantage on you and is crunching down on your game. For you to relieve that pressure, you can give up a pawn, sometimes even a little bit more, to gain some activity. So it might not even be best for white here
Relieve?
to win material. You could also just continue to build up. But because white has this option, black has to try something else.
Okay.
So let's say black saw this, and after knight d2, castles instead. Now after knight e4, queen c7, knight d6, black tries to defend the d7 pawn with rook d8. Notice, of course, here again, white could play knight takes c8, followed by queen takes d7, winning a pawn. So black defends with rook d8.
Okay. Good for them who knows how to play chess.
In fact, this would be a bad way to defend, because black has all of his pieces tied down trying to defend a pawn. What he should have done, like I mentioned before, is give up the pawn to try to gain a little bit of mobility. I would play rook f3. Preparing to triple up on the d file, rook, rook, and queen are a tremendously powerful battery, aiming at the d7 pawn. One thing that you should know is that the optimal tripling formation is rook, queen, rook.
Oplet
like
tripling formation, everybody.
But after rook f3, white has another
Okay.
idea. He wants to play rook g3,
That's what I wanted to do.
shifting to a kingside attack.
Okay.
I want you to see how that knight on d6 locks down all of black's position. Black has nothing active. This brings up another critical principle. You see, black has that d7 pawn, which is weak. He also has developmental problems, which is another weakness.
Developmental.
And he has a weak king, because the rook on d8, the queen on c7, the bishop on c8, they're all locked down defending the center and the queen side. They can't get to the king side. So black has two main weaknesses, the d7 pawn and the g7 pawn around the king. This is called the principle of two weaknesses. It's very hard when you have a positional disadvantage, like black does here, to defend two weaknesses. If you can just focus on one, sometimes you can keep things together.
But can't black just go down and start attack the knight right now? And then, oh, because I guess you lose your queen when you do that. Oh, okay, I guess I see why you wouldn't do that then. All right, cool. I want to optimize my triple formation with my with my rook queen rook one of these times and pull off somehow a win.
So let's say that black plays here b5, trying to
Bad
develop.
move.
What would you do now?
Me? Why are you asking me? I of course will still maneuver my piece over here and still scare him. Why would I change my plan?
No, that's
Why
not
is that
quite
wrong
right.
now?
Try again.
Oh, well, my bad for trying to continue on with the plan that you said I was going to win. All right, well then I would jump out of the way. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't jump anywheres. Okay, I would scare him with this. No, I wouldn't. I can't do that because I'll just leave my piece taken out. I definitely don't want to do any of that. I'd say too bad for your thing and trade it out. Yes? I could take that out, even though it's an open game, and he's all pinned down though. There's no point to do that. There's no point to relieve apparently the pressure that's on this dude right now. So we're not here to do that. We're here to scare him some more. Scare tactics. So I move this and counter his counter.
No, that's not
No.
quite right. Try again.
Okay, hold up. I can hit a hint. Shift to the king side while stalling black's development. Shift over to the king side. Wait, I did that with this piece. I shifted over here. But no, that is wrong. If I can't move this piece here, then what piece am I truly moving? That's blocked. That'll get destroyed. That'll get destroyed. I can move my piece back and get ready?
No, that's not
No?
quite right. Try
Okay,
again.
while still developing. Move something over while still developing. Do I give up? No, why would I do that? Why would I give up my rook that's defending my king? Shift to the king side while stalling black's development. How about this?
No, that's not quite
Okay,
right.
no,
Try
that
again.
didn't work either. What? All right, Jack, we need you. This is your time to shine, Jack. Not easy. Please tell me you got it. I'm supposed to shift. I even looked at the hint. Shift over to the other side while preventing his development. All he did was move this piece. How is this threatening to me? To be honest, I don't know. Oh, okay. It's okay then. That's fine. I'm glad you're honest, because you're in with a streamer who's also honest. Okay. I could I could make a crazy line happen like this.
No, that's
Well, look
not
at the
quite right.
line.
Try
You just
again.
talk about how awesome my islands can be. Below 2K games are usually decided by tactics and blunders. Oh, that's my channel. Tactics and blunders. No, I actually have no tactics. It's just blunders. Not by deep strategical ideas. There you go. Are you gonna write this dude Josh a letter, because apparently he has a mail email thingy. We could write him a letter after this, an angry one, if we want to. I won't write him an angry one, but still, like, I need to shift over something, but moving my knight gets attacked everywheres. I can't move my queen over. And like, even trying to get my queen here doesn't. What?
That's right. Now White should shift all of his pieces to the
What?
king
That was
side.
right.
First move is the queen e4.
Why?
You see, this attacks the rook on
Does
a8
it?
and also plans to shoot into the g6 square. It
Oh,
also stops black from developing one more time, because bishop b7 now loses a piece because the knight and the queen are both piled up on that
you
square.
got it.
So this is a perfect example of how to win a position with a strategic
No, I
advantage.
didn't see that.
White stops all of black's ideas while continuing to go ahead with his.
I
Queen e4
I
attacks
had
the rook on
no
a8.
idea about
That's the
that
move.
rook up there.
Let's say black plays rook a7. Now White can jump into the king side. Queen g6. Finally, black gets to develop his bishop with bishop b7, but it's
Too
late.
late. Already got.
What would you play now?
Already got my too late move happening. Like this.
Good
Woo!
job. Here it's all over.
It's
After rook
all over,
c4,
everybody.
the queen and the rook are piled up in that g7 pawn, which will be checkmate. Black can't defend, and White will win this game.
Congrats on your first level, by the way, Jack.
So here you saw a number of strategic and tactical devices flowing
Oh,
together.
did I ever?
We used forks, removing the defender, occupying a weak square, threatened to pile up on the d-file, and ultimately we shifted to a kingside attack based on the principle of two weaknesses.
Uh-huh.
This is what chess is all
Is
about.
it?
Understanding weak squares and creating outposts are critical to your game. There will be exercises later on in the mastery quiz, so if you're unsure about anything in this section, you might want to review it again before.
I gotta
moving on.
review
We just covered a lot.
all
of ground.
over again? I can't review everything that I just watched, because that's not entertainment in live streaming. I clearly got nothing what you said, other than I put the piece and then wondered why. But okay, if that's what you're saying, move on to the next one. We're not reviewing. We're moving on. We are not reviewing. We're gonna the art of the trade now we're into. Great.
All of the principles you're learning so far will help you navigate and evaluate complex chess
My headache
positions.
is getting larger.
We're seeing that different factors, which sometimes seem completely irrelevant, have profound impact on the strength or weakness of various pieces. It's the pawns that make a bishop good or bad. They also determine the supremacy of knight or bishop, and usually determine the strategic direction of the game. Now that we're seeing how previously unnoticeable elements of the chess landscape are key factors in determining the heart of the position, we should be actively using our new knowledge to mold positions into what works best for our surviving warriors. And we should learn how to trade away the pieces that are not so well suited for the nuances of a certain battlefield. This is the art of the trade.
The heart of the position. I could know the heart of the cards, but the heart of the position as well? Alright, we can do this.
Okay, here are some guiding principles.
Okay.
Generally, you should trade pieces when, first, you are ahead in material. Second, you have a spatial disadvantage. Third, an exchange will make one of your surviving pieces more powerful. And fourth, you'll be getting rid of a very powerful piece of the opponent.
That's a lot of things to remember while thinking to trade one piece on a chessboard. That's a whole lot of thought happening all at one time. While also remembering everything else that we just did this episode and last.
First of all, you want to trade when you're ahead in material. The reason for this is, the more you trade down, the bigger your advantage actually gets. Think about pawns. If you have 8 pawns and your opponent has 7, you're up 1 pawn, fine. But if you trade one pair of pawns, 7 to 6. In fact, 7 to 6 is a bigger advantage than 8 to 7. 8 to 7 is a smaller ratio. If you continue to trade down, 6 to 5, 5 to 4, 4 to 3, 3 to 2, 2
You're
to
thinking
1,
ratios.
now suddenly you have twice as many pawns as your opponent. You trade down one more pawn, suddenly you have a pawn, your opponent has no pawns. A big advantage,
That's a
obviously.
huge advantage.
This holds true with all of the pieces. If you're ahead in material, by trading down you actually increase your advantage.
I feel like I'd rather have 4 pawns and them have 2 than me have 2 pawns and him have 1. And I'd rather have 8 pawns and him have 4 than me have, you know what I mean? The funny thing is, you please tell me, because you probably have this all figured out, and I've been in here for hours now. That this end game is a draw. Yes, at this point, if you kept trading down like that, I'm guessing he's not talking about like how to play. Yeah, I think I mentioned this a few times before, that some of these moves are just absolutely silly, but all he's trying to do is teach you the fundamentals of how to play, and he wants you to think on why he's trying to teach you the strategy, and trying to see numbers and ratios and trying to see things. But yeah, again, you're absolutely right with this is silly to look at sometimes, because I've done a few moves where it's just like, why are you making me move my knight and attack all of these pieces? And it was kind of like, why? But then I'm like, oh, right, he's trying to teach me something. But yeah, I gotcha.
Take a look at this position. It's white to move. What would you
I
do?
would.
Well, here white is up a pawn, and has a bishop for a knight in an open game. But there's a way to simplify into a winning endgame. What is white's best move?
A bishop for a knight? I would throw. I'd throw checks all over the place. I would move my thing. Now I gotta remove this knight. This knight's gotta go right now. No, because then the queen can stop me. Oh, you tricked me with the queen. I was gonna remove the knight, and then I was gonna go check, and then he takes that out, and I go check again, and then he takes that out. And then I go check, and then the queen shows up. And then I'm all in trouble. So I won't do that. I will not do that at all. But I gotta do something with this piece. I could go right on up and give him a hard time. Blocking off my line and everything. I could go up and trade my beautiful... I could attack him from over here like this. Bah!
That's not the
What am
best
I
move.
attacking him from over there? Like a sniper at this point. But it's not good enough. That was not the bestest move that I could have done. My queen is not in trouble. Not really. I don't like where the queen's hiding over here, but I don't think going for the attack is going to lead me to a win. And I don't think firing up my bishop that's in an open game, I can bring it out to get ready to attack. Attacking this piece. Or I could just go up and remove the knight. But then the pawn will just take it. So, like, that's not... I guess I can still take it because I'll still be up a piece?
That's right. The correct move is bishop
Because
takes
I'm up
c6.
one piece.
This may seem unprincipled because the bishop is slightly stronger
That's
than
what
the
I
knight
was
because it's an open
thinking.
game. But in this case, white can force a position which is relatively easy to win. As a rule, whenever you can reduce the complexity of a position into an endgame in which the path to victory is clear,
Do it.
after bishop takes c6, black recaptures b takes
Okay.
c6. Otherwise, the back rank is undefended. Now you can continue to trade off. Rook d8 check. Black has to capture, rook takes d8. White plays rook takes d8. Once again, check, black has to take it. Rook takes d8. Now white plays queen takes d8 check. Black's only defensive mate is queen f8. Now white trades once more. Queen
You're gonna
takes f8,
trade?
king takes
I
f8.
would not do that.
Now look at this position. While in the first position the pawn might not have seemed so important, now the slight material edge is decisive.
No. I would like to keep all my pieces, please. and not trade all the ways down to give me a 6-to-5 pawn ratio. Are you mad? I could have possibly done something else because the end game is winning. Is it really? I can still lose with this end game. I can play a game of chess right now and still lose. I can still find a way to lose. Now, I think I've gotten a little bit better based upon him telling me to move my king now. I can start moving my king, and I can just find it wherever he's going to attack and whatnot. But that's crazy that I would have never thought to do that. As much as it's great that this does look like a winning thing, that you should learn how to win these basic end games. I should learn how to. Maybe that's my problem. I'm never thinking to win the end game by firing all my pieces to their death. I'd like to keep them around, and I have won a, a game of chess, and I might have only lost a few pawn pieces and maybe a knight or a bishop, but I had all of my pieces because I defended so well against an easy computer. Of course, don't get me wrong. This wasn't Grandmasters. I'm not even close, but I don't feel comfortable trading in all my pieces down like that. Either way, the only thing I've learned is that if the game ended like this, then maybe I can have a chance if I start moving my king now. And I'd move on the left side right away, I guess. Yeah, I'd move up as soon as possible. Alright, either way. What's happening now?
Now let me show you how to win this king and pawn
Okay.
endgame. First of all, we know what to do.
Left?
Activate
Yep.
the king. A critical principle in the endgame is to activate the king. So white can play king e2. Let's say black knows how to do that too. King
Of course he
e7.
does.
What you'll actually find when you play endgames against beginners is a lot of them don't know to activate
That's
the
me.
king. So you can win easily. But here you play king d3, king d6. Now let's say you make the move b4.
Because I want to move left or right.
What your plan's going to be in this position is next to play king
But the
e4.
king. Wait, but.
Then you could play the move
Black
a4
didn't
at one
move.
point. The queen side is really where you're going to focus. A basic way to win this position is to make a pass pawn on the queen side and distract black's king with it. Black will have to defend on the queen side, and then you can run your king to the king side. Remember I talked about the principle of two
Yes,
weaknesses?
I do. You're gonna make the.
White's potential pass pawn on the queen side is one weakness, and black's kingside pawns is the second weakness. So let's say black were to make a normal move, like f6 here.
You gonna.
Now with white, you could even choose to play b5 right away. Black would take the pawn, c takes b5, and now let's say white plays a takes b5, black plays a takes b5, c takes b5. Now, white has a pass pawn on b5. Black's going to have to defend it. Let's say black moves his king back, trying to blockade the pawn with king c7. Now white can play king c5. Now let's say black makes the move king b7. Now white doesn't have to do this right away. White can take some time expanding on the king side first. What I want you to see here is that white can run his king to the king side and win the game. So you can play king d6.
Okay.
Now the black king has to take some time on the b pawn. King b6, king e7, king takes b5, king f7. And now it's clear that white's winning the game. Next, white will play king takes g7, take the f6 pawn.
Well.
You can even take the h7 pawn. Then, slowly but surely, you'll push these three pawns up the board, queen one of them, and win the game. I go more deeply into detail about this type of position in the endgame course, and I really recommend you pay careful attention to those lessons after you finish.
He will go into that.
Now,
good.
Just think about the principle of two weaknesses, activating your king, and trading into winning endgames when you're ahead in material.
If you're ahead in the thing, trade in and then get to the end game like that. I don't think I actually have ever done this. When I played a chess game, I've never traded my pieces to get to this point to be at the end game. Like I said, I've only ever won by bringing a rook or a queen, or two rooks or two queens, to sidestep up and then block the king off where it can't move and I get a checkmate. That's basically the only where I've ever got. That's as far as I've ever developed my skills in chess. Okay. Pawn end games is usually winning when you are up a pawn like that. Good to know, but yeah, again, if I would have not done this tutorial, I would have not been able to win. But now that I've done the tutorial, and now I know I can move my king and be all active like that, then I might actually stand a chance now.
The second principle of trading is that when you have a spatial disadvantage, it's good to trade. If your position is cramped, trading pieces will relieve your pressure. On the other hand, when the opponent is cramped, you want to increase pressure without allowing the liberation of exchanges. Here you can see that white has a huge spatial
Yes.
advantage and total
And
central
you don't want to
domination.
trade?
Black has wasted a lot of time on flank moves, and now white is in control. Put yourself in black's shoes for a second. It's very hard to find a path of action. White, on the other hand, can easily develop with moves like bishop e3, bishop d3, castles, queen e2, rook a to e1, f5, etc. One of the biggest pluses of white's position is that he can develop freely while black is cramped. Now, imagine if black could trade kingside knights. Now take off the queenside knights. Suddenly black is gaining breathing room, and white's advantage is shrinking. So when you have a spatial advantage, you want to increase pressure and avoid most exchanges. When you are defending positions with a spatial disadvantage, on the other hand, obviously the reverse holds true. You want to trade down as much as possible.
Okay. So I'm probably gonna always be the one that's cramped and and need some space. So I just need to just start throwing away my pieces that I care about. Okay.
Okay, the third principle of trading. When an exchange will make one of your surviving pieces more powerful, it's usually a good one. For example, you've already learned about good bishops and bad bishops, while sometimes trading off your opponent's last knight will make his bad bishop even worse. This is the type of situation we're looking for. So we've already seen some examples of this type of strategical trading. Here's another one. Here black has a huge hole in his position, the e6 square. It's white to move. What would you play?
Think about trading the defender of the e6 square and make it available for your knight. Okay, so I would try to attack him and edge him on.
That's right. White's best move is bishop h3, and suddenly white's position becomes completely dominant. After the trade of bishops, the white knight will lodge on e6, causing big problems for black. Notice that the black knight, though right next to e6, is actually quite far from the square, because it would take him 3 moves to get
Yes,
there.
we know that.
In this type of position, there's no time for that kind of maneuver, because white's kingset attack would build too quickly. So here a well-thought-out trade, like bishop h3, can make a huge advantage emerge from nowhere. When the bishops are gone, the white knight on e6 will become a devastating force.
Now that's the outpost that you were talking about. But I had to think to move my to lose my bishop there. I would have, like I said, I wouldn't have moved my bishop into harm's way to look for this outpost. I would have been trying to keep on developing and keep going up and keep trying to get rid of his pieces while not losing mine, because that's how I thought before.
Now take a look at this exercise. Black to move. What would you
Black
do?
to move, so I'll do this so I can see what I'm looking at. His bishop is absolutely in a terrible spot. His bishop is much better than your bishop. The trade favors. His bishop is blocked in by his pieces and he can only go to the right to then try to take on my knight. What I would want to do, since this is an open game, is to get rid of our knights and attack both his knight and his bishop. I meant previous puzzle. Oh, okay, good. Good. Phew. I was wondering what you were talking there about, but okay. Previous puzzle makes sense now. Because I could just do this and attack both and then see what he wants to get rid of. It's an open game. I wouldn't want to lose. No, I wouldn't want to lose my knight. No way. Congrats on level 2. Jack, you're leveling up pretty fast. Congrats on that. Because I don't think I want to lose. This is a good knight versus a bad bishop thing. His knight's ready to leap into action too. But I don't want to go in and jump in there and then lose my knight and then have my pawn there. So I want to do something else. And my bishop can go through. My bishop is actually in a terrible spot right now. I could pin his knight to the queen.
Good job.
Ooh.
The correct move. Okay, it's true. This is technically a good bishop. But after the bishop for knight trade, the black knight becomes an absolute monster on d4.
Monster
Take a look at it.
knight.
Getting rid of the knight on f3 made the black knight capable of dominating the center of the board. And the white bishop is terrible. This is a perfect example of good knight against bad bishop.
This is the good knight versus bad bishop thing. I like how you already had it thought and figured out. You want to trade your bishop for his knight. Yeah. So cool. And create an outpost. You saw it right away.
The fourth
Took me a
principle of
while.
trading is pretty straightforward, when you'll be getting rid of a very powerful piece of the opponent. Like in this exercise, it's white's move. Here black's knight on e3 is a thorn in white's side. The top priority should be to get rid of this powerful piece. What would you do? You have to calculate several moves ahead here.
Oh joy, because I'm really good at that. One. No, that makes me lose my knight right away. Only thing I wouldn't want to lose my rook for a knight. My knight's in a terrible spot. I've just seen that thing before. I don't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that.
That's not the best
Okay,
move.
well, then I don't see it already again. All I know is that I'm being bombarded. And I don't want to move my knight here because it'll be attacked. Thanks for the follow, Jack444. Or 444. Welcome to Heaven's Army. If you're curious about what I do, again, you could check me out on YouTube because it's all in a nice, pretty quick organization, and you just look at it and go, "Oh, that's what you play." Because this is like my first time playing chess and only my second episode, and who knows where this is gonna go. If you're like a huge chess fan, I don't know what to say. I don't know if I'll be playing more or less. It's hard to say, but can I? Of course, this is very good for me. I can't move my king. I'm totally. My that knight's got me blocked, and I do not see why moving my queen here is a good trade, at all. I do not see that. Also, moving my knight, I can't move my knight except to put it in danger. Getting this piece past my piece, and then really getting me in trouble. I don't see how that, and then my queen here still doesn't get me anywheres. My queen being here to here doesn't do anything. But at least that piece will be gone, and then I could take out the thing. Let's do it.
That's not
That's
the best
wrong.
move.
Okay, good. Okay. Uh, my queen cannot escape. No matter where my queen goes, it can't escape. It's going to get attacked if I try to move. So I don't think, even though I'm not a complete beginner, it was an interesting idea. So what is your take on this one then? Since I am so beginner and I don't like losing pieces, uh, and moving my knight doesn't seem to work, and losing my queen to take out a knight seems like a terrible idea. Oh, you got this, but you already know the answer. You see it probably. Or even if you say, hey, I think, like, really, you don't have to deal with this knight. I think you gotta do something like this. And then I've been like, oh, cool, I didn't even see that. Because I don't think there's, well, in this one, there's a right and a wrong answer. But I don't think an idea is wrong. Or a plan, or like, what, an idea is the word I'm thinking. Your idea might actually work to compare to mine, because my idea is not to trade my queen for a knight and then have a pawn come down here and then a pawn to take out my queen. Like, that sounds terrible to me. Sure, the knight's gone. I could do that right now, but that makes no sense. Yeah, never do that, exactly. But I can't move anywheres. I could. I'm rook for a knight thing is sometimes. You can only move here or here.
That's not the best move.
Hint. Plan silver moves ahead. Find a way to set up a future attack from your knight to the black knight. A future attack from your knight to the black knight. So I'll move my queen out of the way.
Good job. Here there are two possible
Oh,
solutions.
okay.
Either move the queen, say to c1, and then play knight b1 to d2 to f1, trading off the knight on f1 for the
That's
knight
a
on
long way
e3,
to go.
getting rid of black's strong piece.
Or,
Or you could play a4 on the first move,
oh,
followed by knight a3 to c2. Personally, I prefer the first alternative because it doesn't further weaken white's pawn structure.
okay.
By playing a4, you create another hole on b4. But the most important thing is to recognize the need to drive out the black
Yes, I
pawn.
saw the need, but 3 moves to move your knight there? Just to be able to be like, I don't like that knight. You know what? I'm taking you out. How will I do it? Oh, in 3 moves. His knight is really good. Too good, but to think that far ahead on a live stream, that is not going to happen. I will never think. I can think one step ahead, and that's it. There's no way I'm going to be like, oh, if I move my queen out of the way, and then but he's going to be able to move after this. I'm guessing my brain is still getting tricked by these pieces are going to move still. And once he moves his queen down and blocks his knight and stuff, then we're in trouble. Because that's what he would do. The moment I move my queen down, he'll move his queen right to block the knight, and then he'll just keep on defending. But anyway, I guess what he was thinking of is just try to figure out how to do it. I guess without getting attacked.
Okay, you're about to jump into the master
Oh no, I'm
quiz,
not.
but first let's review the 4 principles of
Okay.
trading. First of all, you trade down when you're ahead in material. The more material that comes off, the bigger your advantage gets. Next, you trade off when you have a spatial disadvantage.
Spatial disadvantage
If
trade.
your opponent is crunching down on you, by trading off pieces, you relieve the pressure on your position. Third, you trade when an exchange will make one of your surviving pieces more powerful. For example, when trading bishop for knight, will leave you with a position with a very strong knight against a bad bishop of your opponent's. And fourth, you trade when you'll be getting rid of a very powerful piece of your opponent. Now, on to the master's quiz.
You trade when there's a very powerful piece, just to make that happen. Okay. I'll try to 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 do that. I mean, to me, it's just like all these pieces are like a part of my army. And I'm not just gonna be like, you're all pawns, go for it, run up and get yourself blown up, go for it. I'd be like, alright, be careful, all of you. Be careful out there. Come back home safe, would you? Uh, you're laughing when he says you're ready for the master quiz, and I'm like, no, I'm not. But let's do it anyway because entertainment.
Okay, congratulations, you've come so
We
far.
have.
Now you're ready for the mastery quiz. This test will involve positions in which you'll have to decide on the best plan given the strategic landmarks of the positions.
Landmarks.
Now these positions are not so simple, and the solutions won't necessarily be forced continuations. I'll be asking you to find plans based on the principles we've discussed in this section of the course. It's true, some of the solutions may involve tactical devices from part 2, but the theme of every problem is a strategic one. Remember, each one of the exercises is an opportunity to learn. If you struggle with it and can't find the answer, that's okay. The key is to work your mind, do the best you can, and then learn from my description. One secret about chess study is that you can only take as much as you give. In other words, if you don't even try to solve the problem and just listen to my explanation, you won't learn nearly as much as you would if you try to think creatively about each
That's
situation.
what's happening.
Now let's rise to the challenge.
My gamer instinct is to try to answer your question by firing things around until it happens, and then go, "Oh, cool, I did it. What why? How much did you pay attention for this?" You can watch episode 1, and you were kind of here for some of it. I was actually trying to pay attention, but like I don't know, my brain goes, "Let's just fire off everything and see what happens." Let's see if that's correct. How much did I? Oh, pay, not pay attention. How much did I pay? How much money? Was this game came with my Xbox? Same thing with a racing game, and whatever else I have over there. Uh, my friends, I'm gonna call them that again. You're gonna make me repeat the same story over again that I probably said even last episode. My parents' friends, have video game consoles, and you would hang out with them, and they're old, and I got their hand-me-down systems like an Xbox and a whole bunch of PlayStation 1 and 2 games and stuff, and I was just lucky enough to get all those games because they were actually kind of nice. They're really old. They're older. Some of those games that I have are older than me, but I still got a bunch of free games, and it was kind of nice. Usually you have to pay for these strategical courses. I see. But yeah, this is just an Xbox Chessmaster game for the original Xbox, and this is just it's just all into it. I like it. I think you said how much did I pay attention? How much did I pay attention to this? As what I read. My brain is turning to mush. My headache is getting larger, but it's okay. We will get through this. What's happening?
Here it's white to
There we
move.
go.
Remember, strategical problem solving is not necessarily based on winning material or anything so dramatic, but the type of thought process necessary for these problems is what lays the groundwork for decisive tactics. In this position, notice the differences in the white and black armies, and play the move which resolves the central conflict to your liking. It's white to move. What do you think?
Well, my first initial thing that I saw was to get either this knight or this knight up here. I don't think it matters which knight I'm moving, but to get one of my knights up into here would be great. Because there's nothing. Well, eventually he can just hop down once and start attacking me. But right now, to get one of my knights to this outpost seems great. Is that wrong?
No, that's not quite it.
Okay, or is that the wrong knight, but this one's the correct one?
No, that's
Okay,
not
so
quite
I'm
it.
not doing this. Okay, I assumed I was putting my knight into a sweet outpost. Your goal is to improve your position. Consider all your pawn moves. Okay, well, looking for a pawn move. He still has a C pawn. Our pawns are 8 to 8. I can shore up my defense there. I could do this. Attack his back one there. And then free up. When this attacks here, then I have a knight, a rook that can go over here. Is that wrong?
No, that's not
That
quite
is
it.
wrong. Oh, okay. I could also move my pawn up in here. Then nothing could move in that outpost. Further weakening and giving him some outpost. It's an outpost which doesn't have a pawn that can attack your piece. Huh? It's an outpost when he doesn't have a pawn. Like d5 would be an outpost. Yeah, for my knights. But apparently that's wrong. But he wants me to move my pawn to the outpost on here?
Excellent work.
Why?
Okay, white has 2 knights versus 2 bishops. We know that bishops like open diagonals and open games, and knights prefer closed games where they can use their unique ability to jump over pieces. So the correct move is d5, closing the game and setting up a pawn structure that's advantageous given your surviving warriors. If you can spot the key strategic issues in a position, then the best move can be clear
I
as day.
can't see that.
Now, imagine if you didn't know the pros and cons of different pawn
Oh,
structures for
like
knights and
like me right
bishops.
now.
You might play d takes e5,
Sure.
and after bishop takes e5, black would have a devastating dark squared bishop, and perhaps more importantly, 2 bishops in a semi-open game. After d5, white's position is good. After d takes e5, black dominates.
I'm getting future visuals on how my chess game's gonna go. Okay.
Okay, take a look at this
Yeah.
position. Who do you think is better here? Think about what makes the bishop strong and weak. That's right. It turns out that black is much better, because white has a bad bishop. All his pawns are on dark
Okay,
squares,
I
the
can
bishop
I
is
can see
restricted,
that.
and there's no
I can
targets.
see this.
2 other factors you may have noticed is that it's a closed game, which favors the knight, and white has more pawn islands.
More pawn
Altogether, white's in
islands.
trouble.
Those
In this position, white just played bishop takes c6. It's black's move. How should he recapture?
knight or rook? No, because rook wouldn't make any sense. Try to free up my bishop a little bit?
No, that's not
No.
quite right. Try again.
You're actually thinking attack with a pawn?
Good job. Black should recapture towards the center, with b takes c6, and suddenly the hole on d5 disappears.
Oh, I didn't see that
After
there.
rook takes c6 or knight takes c6, White can anchor a knight on d5, which is very problematic for black.
Oh.
Always look for ways to shore up your weaknesses when you have the chance to change your pawn structure.
I don't see these. I don't see these magical outposts until after I move a piece and then he tells me. Oh boy.
In this position, you can see that white has a big spatial advantage. What's white's best move?
Wait, I have a big spatial advantage? Close the space. I could attack his bishop for free? Making him move his bishop out of the way. I could just do this piece right here and put on the pressure. The first move I saw was that pawns are usually called pawns. They're all my friends, and I don't want to take them out. I don't want to remove them. When you say piece, people think knight or a bishop. Oh, really? Well, they're all pieces on the board, so but they're called. Oh, anyway, this is my first thought that I had was to move this here and make the bishop get out of my house. That's my first thought. Now, up a piece is +3 to a pawn's +1. Yeah, see, now you're using proper, probably chess terms, and I'm just like, what? There's a lot of pieces on the board. Either way. I could also trade bishops. You're up a rook. Craziness. You're up a rook without a paddle is what I'm going to say. I can trade bishops, but why? I don't want to be doing that either. I can scare his bishop right now.
That's not the best
Okay,
move.
but his bishop's going to be panicking. He can move back, and then I got more dominance, and I'm totally defended. I'm white, so I don't need to trade. I need to put pressure on when I have spatial advantage. I was told not to trade. We need to avoid trades. Oh, well, I'm not really trading. I guess I am. I'm moving my pawn up to scare that bishop out of the way. And he has to either A, go down and lose his bishop, because he's going to be attacked on all sides, so he'll have to move his bishop back out of the way, giving me more room to attack. But just keep making stuff happen. Does that work? Do you like that game? Or you don't want me to be trading at all? I could centralize my rook here.
That's not
No,
the
that's
best
not
move.
it either. He's threatening to trade on h3. Yeah, yes he is. So just take him out now. Because I don't have enough pieces to defend. Because I don't want to move my piece back. I could defend.
Good move. Of course, the main question here is, should white trade the light-squared bishops? The h3 bishop and d7 bishop are lined up. It's important to focus on the right principle here. If some of you notice that the central pawns seem to make the black light-squared bishop a good one, that's okay. But this position is very dynamic, and the central pawn structure has a lot of potential to change. The most important theme to notice is white's huge spatial advantage, which gives black a hard time developing.
Moving back did look weird.
If instead of trading, white plays, for example, f5, then the kingside pressure increases and black can't bring the knight on b8 into the game. Notice, of course, that if after f5 black tries to steal a pawn with g takes h5, then he has only weakened himself further, and there's no way to hold on to the material. Remember, when you have a spatial advantage, increase the pressure without allowing piece trades.
But I just literally gave up my pawn for that pawn or that bishop if he wanted it, and he could have just went for more attacks. But sometimes they take it and sometimes they don't.
Okay, this is a different type of position. It's white's move. What should you play?
I don't want him to build. I want him to not castle.
Good job. The game is open here, so if white can trap the black king in the center, the end is near. Bishop c5 is a devastating
I saw that
move.
because he
Black
showed me
can't
that
castle through
before.
check, and next will be rook e1 check, after which black will be forced to run into an open board with a scared king. White should win if he can find this quiet prophylactic move that freezes black's development.
Okay, but that only...
Here you can see that black has up a huge amount of material, but white has a powerful mating attack. With that in mind, find the best move to defend.
Okay, I'm technically black right now. Okay. And he has a powerful checkmatey move. Okay, so his knight has got this, and he's gonna move the queen. No, he's not gonna move the queen like that. He's gonna move the queen here, though. He's gonna move the queen there. Okay, so now I need to do something pretty drastic. Whoops. I move my queen. The knight, that, this. I'm still in trouble. I'm still in much trouble. More trouble than I want to be. I can move my knight for a check. And get him to be like, oh, and then move that piece. And then that's it. And then I can move... Okay, well the only thing I can do is move... That's a level 3. I think I got it. What do you got? I'm gonna... My gut is, I'll tell you now, and then you tell me as well. I'm gonna move my rook right here. That's where I'm gonna move my rook. No, I gotta get him into a check, don't I? That's not gonna work, because I need to get him to hurry up. Absolutely, because I need to stop him before he does that. I don't think your move does anything. It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. I was gonna, if I wasn't in trouble, I can get him with that heat attack, I do that, I check, then I get him in other checks. I need to stop this from happening. Right now. This has to stop. Because I'm in trouble with a looming checkmate right now. And I can't move any things like this. And by the time I move any of these pieces, I'm in trouble. So I have to make a daring move. And just sacrificing a knight for a check gives me one move to either A, make the pawn move, or make the knight move, and he should be smart enough to move the pawn. Go for it. Because that, to me, that makes no sense. I could also... Oh, I got another knight here. No, I don't have another knight here. I could go here? No, that doesn't work either. I think to move the knight... Knight to f4. Knight to f4 check. Oh, I was moving my knight here. Knight to f4 check. Explain as why it's bad or good. The whole line then only and then play it. Moving my knight here still gives me a check. The knight doesn't move. There's the queen. So this piece gets opened. And you can just attack and make another line. And then what? So the knight will attack the king and queen, but he'll just counter with the pawn goes here and kills it. And then now I'm down a knight for a check. And now I got 3 pawns here and a knight. And now I got another move I have to do something. What I have to do, because he's not gonna move the knight. And now we open the G file. Open the G file. And trade queens. Oh. Oh, okay. I see where you're going with this. So my knight here, he will of course attack like this. Then I move my knight to check. He has to go like this. And then I prevented the thing from happening. And I lost a knight and a queen, and all I received was a... I lose a knight. I check. I lose a queen. Oh, my queen would go here. I could take a queen. Well, he's not going to attack. I'm assuming he just would have. Ah, okay. See, because my plan was to move my knight to here. He's not going to move the knight. He's going to move this pawn here. Oh, and that blocks me off. That absolutely okay. I was gonna move my then I was gonna move my rook here and check him, but I can't. It's already too late. So the only thing that makes sense is what you're saying, because my move takes an extra turn, and I do not have an extra turn. So going like this, it opens up this. I move my queen here, and then we'll see what he does. But he has to take, and then I take, and then his knight is free to go check. No, he wouldn't do that. He would check me here. Uh, let's see.
Excellent work. Here your strategic understanding should tell you to look for a tactic that will use exchanges to get rid of the white queen. Then the endgame would be completely winning for black. Knight f4 check is a great move, sacrificing the knight while forking white's king. Black's whole idea is to give up some material to set up a decisive trade. White has to play g takes
Yes, he
f4, or else
does.
he loses a queen.
Exactly.
Now what should black
So
play?
you're saying to move my queen here, so I'm still defended by my pawn. And then check him again, because I don't want him to be moving, so I gotta constantly check him.
Good job. Queen g6 check, and suddenly white's attack is over. The queens come off, and black will win easily. So in this example, you can see how understanding the principles of when to trade can help guide your tactical
I
vision.
am so...
White had a huge attack, black gave up a little bit of material to stop the attack and trade into a winning
Gave
endgame.
up a little... I
It's black's
lost
move
a
here.
knight.
What would you do?
I lost a full knight there. And I'm terrible at trading, I guess. I'm terrible at sacrificing my pieces. I would never think to do that. Somehow we were up 2 pieces and a rook. When we lose a knight. I don't see how. When all I did was move a knight, it got killed. I'm already down 3 or 4 points because it's an open game. Then I move my queen, and we both take a queen, so I'm down 3 pieces. We were up in the beginning. Oh, yeah. See, I don't count that again. I count as me losing a knight and then both trading queens. That's the number my brain counts to. That's interesting. I didn't see that I had more pieces before, and my brain doesn't see that whole thing that you just saw. I was gonna move my knight up and try to move the back thing and try to get up there. Not once did I think to move it in the middle, where you said. Which after you said it, then it made way more sense because then the thing happens. And I was still gonna move my queen in the wrong spot until you said move it down and keep it defended by your pawns. And then I'm like, oh, that makes even more sense. I don't know why my brain doesn't think chess. It's interesting. Yeah, my brain does not think that. It's black to move. What would you do? It's a completely even game. Uh, check. I would actually take my queen down and attack. You have to understand that your pawn is really good. Yeah, this pawn right here is what you're talking about. I would make my queen go and attack. He can't attack with the king, so the queen has to come up and defend. Then I use my rook. Then the king can attack, and then I start moving up my pawn. This is what I saw right away too. I hope this is right.
That's right.
Okay.
Obviously, the main question is, should black trade into a king and pawn endgame? Here, the critical thing to notice
Yes.
is the outside passed pawn. After the trade, white will have the active king, but he has to run all the way to the queen side to stop the a-pawn. You can calculate out the answer, but you can also immediately know the solution by seeing how the outside passed pawn stretches white out too far. It would play out like this. Queen takes e4, an excellent move, trading into a winning endgame because after queen takes e4, rook takes e4, king takes e4, black plays a4, pulling the white king to the queen side. King d4. Then black can play a3, forcing king c3. Now the black king comes into the game. King e5. White plays king b3, king e4, king takes a3, king e3. King b3, king takes
Now he's
e2.
got to move his pawns.
And now the decisive factor of the game is that the black king is much closer to the kingside
Yep.
pawn. White plays king c3, king f3, king d4, king takes g3, king e5, king takes h4, king f6, g5. Black's up 2 pawns, he'll make a queen and win the game. Once again, we can see how strategic understanding can combine with calculation. This might seem like a long variation to calculate,
Yes.
but all the moves are forced if you combine the
Yeah.
themes. The outside passed pawn, the principle of two weaknesses, passed pawns must be pushed, and king activity in the endgame.
Yeah, remember all of that, everybody. You gotta remember all of this. Or hopefully it just comes naturally to you. Hopefully I'm a natural. I think it would be easy if we had the 3 versus 2 endgame earlier. You need to know how to win basic endgames. Yeah, see, I haven't learned that yet. We haven't learned that yet. We're going to get to that after this.
White to move here. What's the best move?
White to move, and what is the best move? One, two. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Do I block the things or do I move up and protect my pieces? I don't want him to queen, but I also can't have him take out all of my pieces. And I can move up, the king can go, and then I can move up one more and defend my piece. So, but he's only 3 squares away from queening. And I need to move up. Then of course either he would be smart and move up, and then I gotta move over. And if he moves his king, then okay, I'm still thinking either way is fine.
Good job. What white has to do to win this game is gobble up all black's h-pawns, which are pretty useless, but they're passed over there. And then he has to bring the king to the queen side and make a queen. But if white plays king f2, then black can just play king a7. Next move for black will be king takes a6, then black will win the b2 pawn, white will win all the h-pawns, but it'll be drawn.
We don't want that.
After the powerful move b4, black plays king a7, attacking the a6 pawn, and now white plays b5, setting up a critical pawn chain. Here, black plays king b6, and now white has all the time in the world. King f2. Black can never take the pawn
I guess
on
he
b5,
can't.
because then he can't get
I
back
guess
in
he
time.
can't,
White can
right.
play a7, a8, and make a queen.
Okay.
So black has to keep control of the a7 square. King a7, king g2, king b6, king h3.
Okay.
There's nothing black can do. He's completely helpless. White will just take all the h-pawns, bring the king over, and win the game. This is how.
Yeah, I don't need to see this, but I didn't quite see it until after I moved the piece up and then go, oh, right. But I had to move the piece up myself.
Now, when you reach this position, you don't want to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Watch out for stalemate.
I do that a lot.
If you play king c7 and he plays king a8, you don't want to play b6 here. That would be stalemate. What a terrible way to end a chess game. So in this position, you can just play king c6. Then after king b8, you can play b6. If black plays king c8, then a7, followed by queening.
Or?
And if black plays king a8, what do you do
you
now?
Don't move your king.
Well, a7 would be terrible because that's stalemate
But
as
you
well.
move the
King c7 would also
stalemate.
be a terrible move. Stalemate. You can just play b7. Now if black plays king a7, then after king c7, next move is to promote. And if black plays king b8, here you can just give up the a-pawn. a7 check, king takes a7, king c7. Next move is b8 queen, and white will win easily. So
there was a lot of chances
the key theme in this problem
to get stalemate there.
Pawn. The pawn chain b5 and a6 made the black king completely helpless.
Cool.
Okay, in this position it's black's move. The themes to be considered here are perpetual check, trading pieces, and the protected passed pawn. Black should make some careful strategical decisions before deciding how to continue. Black to move. Take your time.
I don't know if I'm this way or I'm assuming I'm this way. And I'm after the king up there. So what I would do is go like this. And check. You move. Then I take out that piece. If he moves to this way. If he doesn't, then okay, yeah, I'll do this.
No, that's
Why, it's
not
check.
quite it. Try again.
Oh, okay, so that check is wrong, apparently. I was going to check him. He'd move here or here, and I could take him out and check him again. If he moved there, I'd go way over here and check him. Unless I'm looking at this board wrong, then that'll be hilarious. I'm assuming his pieces is going this way. Or is his pieces going this way? I don't know which way is up or down at this point. But it's okay. Who needs to know? Can I move my piece up? No, okay, so I am. It is this way. I can move my piece this way. Uh, so we're down a lot of material. Yeah, and I was gonna just check them, take a pawn, check them again, take another pawn. I was just gonna keep taking pawns, but apparently that's not good enough. Because I moved my piece here to check him. He'd have to move up. Oh, that doesn't work, I guess. It is a perpetual check. Because I can't let my king get caught in another perpetual check now. We have to be careful about the first check. Oh, that's how I do it. Right here.
No,
What?
that's
That takes
not
out the
quite it.
queen.
Try again.
So my queen checks the king. He moves out of. Oh no, he can just attack. Never mind. He can attack me. I keep forgetting that could happen. Perpetual check is a draw. He wants to win. Perpetual check is a draw. He wants to win. I don't care about perpetual check. I was assuming if I don't check him right now, he's going to check me. And if I don't check him, I'm going to get checked. So, this is more correct?
No, that's not
Okay.
quite it.
So I
Try
only
again.
have a few spaces to move. I can only move here, or here, which does nothing, or here, which I can attack, or that's it. I can only move here or
No, that's
here.
not quite it.
If I
Try
move
again.
if I move up, then it does nothing.
Excellent
Why?
work. The correct move is queen c1 check, attempting to draw by perpetual check. Perpetual check is when one side can keep on checking the other one for the rest of the game. White has to play king a2 here, then black can play queen c2 check. Now, if king a1, then black can just repeat the position. Queen c1 check again, king a2, queen c2 check. The only other option that white has is king a3. And now, what's the difference? Well, now we can take the d3 pawn with tempo. Remember, we always want to find the most forcing alternatives. Queen takes d3 check. You take the pawn with check. Now white has two options, either king a2 or king b2 going backwards, or king a4 or king b4 going forwards. In either case, black has the same option. Let's say king b4, queen now can come to d2 check. You see, this is forking the king and the pawn on g2. White plays, say, king b3, king b5 is also fine, and then queen takes g2. Now it's even material. White has pawns on f3 and h4 that are both weak. Black's position is perfectly fine. A
Isn't
key
the
theme
king
to queen endings is having the move, having tempo.
is
Black was able to check, check, take a pawn with check, then win another pawn, and now the position should be drawn.
is oh,
Black saves the game by not taking material right away, but taking material at the right moment.
it's drawn. Okay, cuz I feel like my king is in dire trouble right now. And I would have checked the king so I can somehow I guess you can't check a king and attack queen with queen. You can't do that because the queen can attack you back. I just learned that. You cannot checkmate with a queen. But he could constantly keep putting me in check until he starts taking out my pieces. And I was trying to avoid him checking me. And then if I said checkmate, I meant just check. So my one question is, what is a perpetual check? And if he kept moving from A2 to A1, A2 to A1, if he kept doing that, do I automatically win if he moves too many times that way? And he has to move a different route, or no? Because that'd be very odd if that's not a rule. If he kept moving back and forth two spaces over and over. If the same position repeats three times, he loses. Because good, because that's what I was wondering. Because I'm like, if you could just keep going back and forth, it's a draw. You lose if he does that. Oh, that's uncool. Okay, I was hoping you'd win because he forced he forced the game like that, but you were also checking him and you were on the offensive there. I assumed he would have lost and you would have won if he moved the same piece three times in the same place. That's an interesting and odd, unfair rule. I almost think now, because yeah, you after you got all this way and you started winning, and he just moved his piece back 3 times or whatever, and then pulled off a draw. That's rude. Anyway,
Alright, so this is your final exercise, and it's a very subtle one, so take your time. It's black to move here. You have to optimize your position.
optimize my position. I could defend my high up pawn with my knight by moving my knight to the h5. Uh, can move my bishop. Move my bishop and get rid of it. Or I could go up there and start attacking that way and trying to free up my really high up passed pawn. So I could either A, attack the knight with my bishop to start freeing up my pieces up there, and then bring in my knight up there to start removing some of his pawns, and then get my other pawn for a queen. You have to checkmate to win, but if you're checking a dude and he's keep going back and forth, you get a draw. I find that's kind of unfair. I kind of feel like if you did that, it's kind of like stalling in sport games. If you ran up and then ran all the ways back, you're stalling. So yeah. So the point is we stop the game because there's no way for each side to make progress. But the side could have made progress if he's forced to move another route, because he's constantly moving back, which means he's either A, losing because he's delaying the game, or B, like in sport games, if you ran up and then ran all the ways back. Yeah, so I don't know, to me that's just a weird rule. Who doesn't know anything about chess, but that's just a weird rule. You should lose if you stall games like that. So either A, you're forced to move, or B, you lose the game. Interesting. Either way. Odd. All I can say is odd. So, what am I aiming here for? But perpetual ideas are a common theme. The chess world changed so much. The chess would change so much if it was forced that way. Cool. I think they should do it. Make it the 2000 and whatever change. Heaven's Army created at this time. Okay, so either way, back to this game. I don't know if I'm trying to get rid of this knight that's going to go after my really good pawn by attacking and trading, because there's because his white bishop really can't attack me over here, and he can't move his pawn and his king because my king's blocking it. So to me, it makes sense to just grab my bishop and just get rid of this knight, and then try to get my pieces up and start attacking this side, because he can't move. He can move his king all he wants, but I'm not going to move my king. That's my first thing. And I'm right. Good.
That's right. Bishop takes h3, because this leads to a good knight versus bad bishop ending. Bishop takes h3, g takes h3. The idea is to optimize your pawn structure.
What is going on?
Take your time. What do you think?
He's gonna say something and then just skipped. Uh, did somebody definitely? Welcome back. How are you? Oh, chess indeed. But go like that. I'm in no rush here. Get all the time in the world. I can go here. No, that's not gonna work. I could go here, then there. It's gonna take forever to get my pieces up, but I can move here, making the squeeze happen, or I could try to get my knight into a spot so I can attack. Becoming a chess master? Oh, definitely. I already am. I am already top tier chess master of the world.
No, that's not quite it.
See? Okay, basically I'm moving my knight somewheres, but I don't know where. Nothing looks good, but if I moved that there,
No, that's not
Okay,
quite it.
why is
Try
that
again.
wrong? He has to move now. And he can never attack my king. And I don't have to move my... I don't have to move anything. Maybe I could go after his bishop. No, that's a bad idea. I don't want to do that either.
No,
There's
that's
there's
not
only
quite it.
so many
Try
horsey
again.
moves. Uh, does that block off the bishop any? And I can't attack this pawn because the bishop's after it. And I don't want to move my knight there because it'll get attacked. Hi, Average White Mage, welcome back. How are you? And I can't do that, and I can't do that, I don't think. I think I already moved my chess piece here.
No,
So,
that's
if
not
that's
quite
not
it.
right,
Try again.
look for a... It's an actual pawn move. Oh, well then this is wrong?
No, that's not quite it. Try again.
I'm gonna try to force... No. There's no way I would move this piece here, because that would be an en passant or whatever it's called. Right?
Very good. The correct move is a5 check. An excellent move. Suddenly black creates a dangerous passed pawn because white
Oh!
can't play b takes a6 en passant due to the hanging bishop on c6. So this uses the theme of removing the defender
Oh,
to convert a
I did not
backwards
see
pawn
that.
into a protected passed pawn, which in this type of position can be
To
absolutely
me, that was a
decisive.
bad idea.
So we know that white can't take on a6 because the bishop on c6 hangs. White has to move the king
He doesn't
c4.
have to.
Now a good move for black would be to play king e5. So here black's up a pawn, but most importantly he has that a5 pawn, which makes the white king stay guarding the queen side. So black's path to winning this position is pretty
I was going the
straightforward.
wrong way.
He has the knight and the king together on the king side, playing against the lone white bishop, or the lone white king. You see, white could also decide to make his bishop defend the a-pawn, but then the white king would be alone defending the king side. In either case, it'll be 2 against 1 on the king side. Black will win easily. So always look to maximize your strategical situation. Look back. If here, the black pawn was on a7, white would be perfectly fine, because black would hardly be up a pawn. The a-pawn can never move because of b takes a6 en
Yeah.
passant. But in this position, white is in big trouble. Often the subtlest of improvements can prove decisive, and we can spot them by putting together our expanding arsenal of strategic and tactical
My
principles.
expanding arsenal has already leaked out and gave me a headache. But, okay. Why does he not want to attack? Okay, but brain tired. Forgive me if I don't keep up. Hey, you're in the middle of... You're at the end of the advanced training. You've missed 3 hours and 47 minutes of everything that we've learned up till now. So, okay. You like this course? Oh, well, good. Hopefully you're learning and getting even better. That's what the whole what this is all about. So, for whatever reason, he's not going to use his pawn to take out en passant. He loses a bishop. Whoop-de-doo. He moves his pawn down now, and then the king is going to go there, and then you're going to jump your king in there. And then now you got all of your things there, and then now you can move your bishop up with your... If you stalled his king and his pawn, but with that there, you're perfect. Now you can move your bishop up and start doing some damage, I'm assuming. Or am I all wrong and I don't see what the game is? Because, yeah, I could still move my bishop up and start trying to take out his knight or something. Because his knight's got a huge disadvantage dealing with that bishop, I'm assuming. And I can move my bishop... Oh, I can't. Not right now, but I'm assuming it was alright. So one has to keep an eye on the a5 pawn. The a5 pawn is already dead in my game. A5 pawn is gone. My white pawn, I moved it and passanted. Then the king came over and took out my white... Oh, you took out my white bishop, right. Right, and then I go down. And then the king will hopefully try to stop me. And then I move my king down. And then now we got our kings and lockdown there. Oh, I lose my bishop, and you don't want to do that. Yeah, never mind. No, I lost the bishop, and then it's back on the screen, and my brain forgot that I lost my bishop and that pawn. So never mind. It doesn't work out. You don't want to trade down.
Congratulations, you've graduated the Chessmaster
Did I?
Academy and are now prepared to journey deeper into the black and white jungle. There are many options open to you at this point. We've designed Chessmaster to be a companion that can guide you all the way to mastery, and you can have a great time on the way. After all, Chessmaster is teacher, mentor, ultimate opponent. I would recommend that you try out what you've learned so far, playing with friends, or against the various quirky personalities we've created at
Quirky.
Chessmaster. These personalities are a fabulous training tool. You can start off playing some beginner opponents, and over time work your way through the gauntlet of stronger and stronger adversaries. Chess is a psychological game, and with this approach you can have fun testing yourself, and you'll get used to noticing the habits of your opponents. But watch out. You may run into me as a 6-year-old, and if you keep on progressing you can take me on at various stages
Yeah, I
of
don't
my
want to do
development.
that.
Regarding your chess education, I'd recommend that your next step be to turn to my endgame course. The endgame is truly a window into the heart of
Yes,
chess, and the lessons from this course can be applied to all
I
your chess
agree.
games. Then, when you feel increasingly confident and you're working your way up through the gauntlet of personalities, you should check out my annotated games and psychology of competition course. In these features, I'll guide you through some of my most exciting encounters from high-stakes competition around the globe. You'll see the drama through my eyes, while I describe the thrill of top-rank chess
See, that
competition.
sounds cool.
I look forward to working with you further down the Chessmaster experience. Until then, enjoy the jungle.
Why did you say welcome to the jungle? We all would have chuckled when you said that. But anyway, all right. Yeah, okay, we got done the intermediate thing. Wow, B. So now we got this, which I believe is some of his games. But he told us to hop down to the in-game course first to learn how his in-game thing goes. And then we could go to first games, and then these, and then this. I wish they would have put that in proper order. What did I miss in strategy? Oh, I didn't hit confirm, I hit back out. Oh no. I can skip all this, can I?
Oh, okay.
Congratulations.
You've graduated.
Done! There you go, that was checked off. Good. See how what I did there? Perfect. So, yes, I can battle AI, and B, you're already my friend since you showed up, Jack. But if you're wondering, I'm playing this on the Xbox, as in the original Xbox. And I don't think I have this plugged into Xbox Live because I don't think I have an Xbox Live account. And I don't know if this game is even online anymore. Yeah, I know there's an Xbox Live thing on this, but I don't know if the server is still live or not. I have no idea. I really am playing this on Xbox. No, thank you. My PC is running all of this live stream. I'm live streaming on YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, DLive, Facebook, Steam, and Periscope. I think my computer is doing enough work as is. You could try it to battle AI and see how you fare. You want me to try to do an AI battle right now? Or do you want me to, like I said, Jack, check me out on YouTube and stuff, because I'm all over the place. I'm live on YouTube and everything. Depends on how strong that AI is. Okay, well, how about you guys want me to play a game right now before I learn how to even finish a game? I'll give you a vote right now. Go for it. Do you want me to go take on an easy AI and just to see how well I do, or do you want me to move on to end game course? Option 1, take on AI, or option 2, do the end game course. Jack is saying do end game course. Diffilies, don't be that dude, because then I'll have to vote myself. Because I'm thinking making me know the end game course would probably help. It's up to you. AI. It's 1-1. You're saying AI. I kind of know how to win if I do my stepping thing. It's because I already told you I could win with if I do a stepping thing. If I lose a whole bunch of pieces, I'm gonna be in trouble. But okay. Let's do this. I also don't want to lose something. Give me a moment. So, this is my account. I've done one match because I wanted to see how the game played, and I challenged somebody pretty easy indeed. And then I made the account to find out what I'm doing. But what I'm going to do is create another player, and if I win or lose, it's okay. This account will be called. Oh, I gotta name it like that. No way. There's no keyboard. They. This is bizarre. How do you? It doesn't even fit. I'm gonna say they made me do it. You can't even name your. Anyway, practice. Oh. No! How do you do this? Okay, be very careful when you hit up. They mad. They tripping. I can't fit that in. I can't even fit they tripping. This better fit. After I went through all of this. Practice. There you go. Profile practice. So if I win or lose, it will not give me a loss here because I'm not ready. I'm not ready to be taking on whoever we're dealing with. So we do a rated game because you can choose your AI. You can choose what color you want to be. Time controls are moves per minutes. No. I want like an hour-long game so I can fool around. I want to be that, and I want to challenge. Okay, so here we go. Here's all of our quirky personalities. I'm not going to read them all because there's a lot in this game. It starts off at rating 230, and they just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Let's see if we could find 6 or 8-year-old what's his putts. Oh, I haven't unlocked them. I think you might actually have to beat these players. No way. You might actually have to beat these players to unlock the stronger players. That's insane. Because I can't scroll anymore. Rating all. Over 2,000. Wait, I don't have them unlocked. How do you unlock the players? Oh, I might have to do something to unlock the players, everybody. I know there's more than this. Because you can challenge what's his putts, he said. He said you could challenge him. And he's not here yet. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Description. There you go. That's crazy. Alright, either way, let's go somebody easy. Fair Shape develops her long-range pieces. It takes space long range, however, she has a lot to learn. Oh, she sounds like me. She sounds like me. How about we just take on Monique and find out at least 500? What do you mean at least 500? You think I'm that good? You want me to take on Manny? A fair shape and he's balanced. Beginner who makes typical beginner mistakes. Hanging pieces and not seeing combinations. Oh, they all sound like me. Okay, fine, I'll do Manny. Let's get destroyed by Manny. Here we go. Create a game. So, I'm thinking I could go to settings right now. Did it save my settings, I wonder? Because I had my preferences set so that you can see the chess boards. You have your own fairy tale creatures and everything. They all move in 3D. But I can show you them all actually right quickly. They have maybe you can even unlock more. You got your crazy pieces. And you got your cartoon. Cartoon 2D. Then you got your Clash. So this one's another 3D battling one. We could probably see magic and stuff flying around. Classic glass and metal. And then you got your wood. And then you got your Egypt. Oh, cool. Really? That's kind of cool. So we've always been playing on this in the tutorial. Fairy Tale's probably another 3D one. Fancy ceramic. If that's a king and queen, I don't even know. Fancy glass. And then you got your geometric. I think I picked this once to find out what's what, and I had no idea what piece was what. Sweet. Sweet. Irish. What? Lewis? I thought it said Machina. Okay, but who knows? Is that like a a bolt and screw? Modern? Oh wow, that looks kind of fancy. If that's a king and queen though, I don't know. Mongol. Neon. Oh, that's hard on the eyes. A newspaper. Old paper. Why is there so many of these? Hashtag let's play. Rubber. Stained glass. Stoughton glass. Marble. Metal. Official. That's what I usually play with, by the way. I usually stick with that, but I can switch to 3D and stuff. The sounds are, I believe, the same when you move. The legal move commentary off because it's really annoying when you do something by accident. Like you move a piece and you click on the wrong square. She's going to be like, you can't do that. So I just try to turn that off. Board settings are I can't turn reflections off. Quick entry off. Oh, so I can't change that. Glare off as well. And then notations. There's all of these notations. There's a lot. So I'll just leave it as is, and then you can change your controller around too. Cool. Save my settings. Maybe. But yeah, we got loads of these. Let's play. And I can move the board around, see where pieces are coming from. All of that stuff. Actions? Offer, draw, and resign. I'll pass on those actions. So I usually always move this piece because of what I was told.
E4.
Are you going to speak to me? I could turn off the speaking too. Let me know if you don't like it. So why did he do that? Why is he not moving his piece here? Because now he's done this and now I'm already in trouble. No, I'll try to develop my piece without having him attack me. And I will defend my piece. And then get my thing there? Or do I defend this piece even though... No, I'll attack this.
Knight F3.
Is he going for that silly attack thingy that instantly makes me lose? He can't be. He's not doing that. If he moves his bishop over there... This is called Sicilian defense. I mean move c5. Wait, did you go through the opening course? I did. Yes, I did. But I don't know what he's doing. Now he's got like he's aiming at this piece. And I can't move it right now. But I can move this piece up. Or I can move my knight here and make him... This queen move is bad. Oh, is it bad? Because I feel like I'm already in trouble. Because he's already there. And I could keep developing my pieces. No, I can't. I can't move this piece. But I can move this piece right on up and fork both of those. Then he'll take it. And then I can develop my piece and then get him later. So yeah, I already don't know what to do here. Developing queen too early is usually not good. But isn't that not a powerful queen? I can't move my piece that I was going to develop? They did. They did. But look how powerful he is. There's a move that says you could win chess in like 2 games. Don't try to memorize this. But all he needs to do is move his bishop down and I'm in trouble. Because he could checkmate me in 2 moves from now. And I don't want that to happen to me. So, other than moving this piece all the ways up, because I can't move the piece that I was aiming to move, or getting my queen out, or my bishop out, openings about developing your army.
Bishop D3.
Okay, what are you doing? I'm gonna take this piece because I don't like it.
Bishop takes C4.
Now you moved your knight.
Knight C3. Knight takes
What are you
E4.
doing, Manny? I don't like this.
Bishop takes D5.
Oh, that was a good move. I'm moving too fast. Slow down. Slow down, me. I always do this to myself. I'll defend my knight and
D3.
do that. Oh, great. I'm gonna lose a knight for a pawn. Or do I move back now, or do I castle? Because I could totally castle. I could also move my queen here. And then trade queens. Because now I'm up so much. Knight to pawn is 1. There's no need to lose that knight. Okay. But I could move my queen, lose my knight, move my thing up, and he's going to totally go for that. He's totally Manny, and he'll totally trade my queen for queen. And then I'll be up... I don't know what I'd be up. But I gotta slow down here. I could go like this and attack his queen and move out of the way.
Knight C3. Queen E6. Check.
He already checked me. Okay, well I'll move my piece back.
Knight
I was told not to
E2.
move my one piece too many times, and I've already moved my piece
Castle
too many
kingside.
times. I moved my knight way too many times. Alright, I can do something. I can move up now. He's also just moving his queen. It's thrown me
D4.
off. It's really thrown me off.
C3.
I can move my knight up. and put it right there, and then lose it for go knight for knight since it's almost an open game right now. And I think I'm up, but I don't have to trade anything just yet. But pretty soon I'm going to have to move. So if I get you there, because you can hop over.
Bishop E3.
Okay, now you're aiming for that. Go, my queen. Up a little bit.
Queen D2.
I just trapped myself, didn't I? I just trapped my bishop in there. What do I want to... Do I have to trade? I guess I do. I just trapped my bishop in there, and now I can't move. Yeah, you're playing too fast. I can't help it. I just want to move, and I definitely can't think. So this is how I would really play right now. I had my... I could lose a knight, can't I? He's already lost a knight. And no bishops.
Knight takes F4. Bishop takes F4.
Okay, you're aiming for my bishop again? I don't care if you're gonna aim for that. Here goes.
B4.
That's what I wanted you to do. You are a fool.
Queen takes F4.
Okay. Well, now he just did that to himself. I'm going to pull off a mean move here and just do this.
Rook A B1.
Oh, great. Well, no, I'm still okay. If he attacks there, I can't... Okay, I can't move. I was going to get my one pawn to here to check his queen, but he already moved the queen. But I'm not in any danger yet. And if he dares to take this piece, I can defend it. And if he dares to take that piece, I can defend it. So now I can move up and make some more progress now. And I want to try to get him with my queen or knight. Or move up even more and get a full dominance up here. But do I dare extend? When do I move my king out? I like how Manny has spent 1 second on all of his moves so far. Oh, he actually has spent just 2 seconds. That's not even funny. Anyway, because I can move out now, and that will be a bad move to do. I'm glad I didn't move there. No, my knight is defending this, and so is that. I'm gonna get rid of you by going just like that.
Queen G3.
Oh, very smart move, because that's what I was thinking to do to you. If I did that, that's a bad idea. But I can go here. And force him to remove that pawn. Wow, that's scary. That's a very threatening move, isn't it? Make him lose a pawn. I could check him. That's a bad move because the knight's blocking it. Thank you. I just saw that too before. Just as you wrote it, I said it and I looked over and I'm like, knight. And that's all you needed to say. I'm glad you said that too, though. Ah, okay. So let's not do what my brain sees, because clearly it's all wrong. But I can move there and give him a good old scare, and then I can't do anything else. I want to do things. I want to make something happen. Oh, if I do that, then my pawn's hanging. I don't want to leave my pawns hanging. I could move up here. Why is this so difficult? It's not anything like he said. I'm getting wrecked by an evil queen. Alright, either way, I can move up. That'll stop him from moving here and then there. And if he moves there, I will attack and protect. But I also don't want to open this up. I don't want to open this up. I gotta move one of these pieces. If I did that, does it compromise me? Or does it open up a lane for me?
Rook F.
Let's see what he does. What did he just do? Did he take a piece? You better not have taken a piece. Because I would not be happy with that. Manny is bad. Just keep playing safe moves and he will blunder something. Listen, I am ready to be blundering too, though, so... If I put two of those together, we'll be all in this together. He's got two pieces just aiming down there, but I'm going to move my rook out of the way.
Rook B D1.
Okay, now he's after... He's got my knight pinned, too. If only my knight was on a white square. No, that's not good either. Alright, what am I gonna do? He's got everything, like, so well blocked. He's totally got me pinned in here. And I could kind of, like, he's really trying to get my rook for a whatchamacallit, and I really don't want to lose my rook. He's attacking your rook, absolutely, and I have no way to defend it right now. I gotta move it out of the way. And I could move here, to which then, if he moves his piece, then I could attack his queen.
Rook
Oh.
D2.
And now you're after my... Wait, why would you do that? No, go away. I can get rid of this now, and it'll be out of my way, and you'll never bother me again. I'll trade my knight for that evil rook. I mean bishop. Knight for that evil bishop. And then I still got my queen and two... Oh, I don't know if I want to keep doing this. That maybe not just yet. Hold up. Because he's now attacking me again. And all I'm constantly doing is moving my rook out of the way. So, if I did that, then a pawn comes down. Hooray. And I lost a knight for a bishop, which is attacking my rook. And then I remove that attack. But he still can't move his bishop right now. I could seriously kind of pick off... I could... Is this king... Can this king still castle? Not right now I can't, because my... Hard not to tell what moves to do. Yeah, it's hard to tell what moves to do, too. I'm kind of like... I should just get rid of this bishop, because it's causing me grief right now. And he can, if it with this... He can, until... once I move my queen. But I don't want him to do that right now. I don't think he moved his king at all, because I never checked it or anything yet. But I have... He has 4 pawns, I have way more pawns. He's already lost a rook. I got 2 rooks. He's got 2 bishops and a knight. I just got a knight. And I'm going to trade my knight? That seems like a pretty terrible idea, doesn't it? And once he castles, I'm in trouble. Because I don't want him to castle. And I don't know, I didn't pull off this my queen to stop him from castling. That was not part of my plan. So that's interesting that happened. And I mean, I don't know if I think if you block it, you have to block where the king moves 2 spaces, or you have to, if you put a thing between any of them, you can't castle. Not 100% sure on that, but I'm kind of stumped to make this trade or move my rook again. It's not worth the trade.
Rook D E2.
Now what are you aiming for? Is he not attacking because my queen is there, or is he just being silly? Because I can move my queen right here. And if he does something crazy in the next turn, I'm in trouble. But if he doesn't do anything crazy, I can take out that, and then I could take out his rook, if he doesn't think to move. But if he's going to do something wild and wacky, I am not going to be prepared for it. If he moves his... You know what? I don't care.
Queen C7.
What are you going to do? I'm going to take this. This pawn is mine.
Queen takes B7.
Ah, well played. Okay, do not do that. I could pin his knight to the king now.
Queen C6.
And now I want to move... Check. I lose a rook. I attack again. It's check. I lose another rook. I'm completely defenseless. That's a terrible idea. We will not do that, of course. I'm just going through options out loud, everybody. I could almost soon start moving my king out and about, because right now I'm pinned to defend this piece. and I can't move my knight no matter where I go. I can try to move my knight here, and then up, and then over, so I could just eventually attack these pieces with my knight. I can only attempt to try that, but I can't move my knight there because then I'll block off my rook, and that's a bad, bad move. I got really nowhere to go with my knight. He's really got my knight pinned, I think. His king cannot be in check or go through any check. I don't think my queen was blocking his check, but it was blocking the rook from moving around. So I don't know. Either way, he didn't do it, and I think his king is stuck in the middle of the board, which is what I wanted. I was told that's what I wanted. But now I gotta make a move on him. If I did this, does this weaken me anymore? If I move my rook here to start getting rid of his evil bishop and queen down there, talking about castling, yes. So the rook can. It's just the king that cannot go through check. Okay, so then he could have castled any time and he didn't. Oh, okay, cool, thank you. I wasn't sure, but okay. If I did this, and the queen moved over or down to start attacking me, I still can't move my king. If he moves his queen, which is I'm assuming is what he's going to do, then I'm in trouble. I almost want to start moving some of my pawns, but I kind of can't right yet. Or I can. I should just throw my pawn. I should almost throw this pawn here, and then this pawn here. And then I could just get rid of this and then start moving up. And because that's going to throw a really big monkey wrench in his plan. If I could just move these two pieces up, and then start, because he can't do anything yet, because my pawn piece is going to be here and here. I'm going to lose this piece. I'm going to attack, and then I got a piece here, and then I can start moving my piece here, and if he takes it, then my knight will take it. You know what I mean? That's one plan I can do. Or B, I move my rook here, and if he moves his queen down to A1, I'm assuming, I can't attack. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I'm going to do this first.
Rook C1.
Ah, that was a bad move, I think. No, that's not a bad move. Don't do it. Don't even move anything until you see it. He moved his queen to attack my queen. If he would have moved his queen down, I could have still attacked with the rook. Okay? But now he moved his queen, and it's still defended. It's still defended. He wants to trade queens. Should I allow him to trade queens? No. So, rook to c1? Oh, never mind. Yeah, he's got this defending still. So, if I go... Oh, okay. Where was I going to go beforehand? That's bad. All of this is bad. The knight will hem me in soon. He is way too good. For 500, he is a chess master right now, everybody. I thought it was but it was probably a good few moves ago. Yeah, it was a good move a while ago. See, I don't want to trade my queen ever. Where am I moving this? It's still fine. So what, you want me to move my rook to c1, lose my queen, and have no way to take it back? I gotta either A, do this now, take out the queen, move my rook up and over, then attack. I am so not a fan of losing my queen. Like, at all. Like, not even in the slightest little bit. Moving my queen back will give him another chance to advance. Or possibly make him start blundering. I'm not too sure what he can and can't do yet. But I'm not going to make the trade. Refuse.
Queen C4.
He is absolutely... I was going to take the piece and then I realized that I can't. What an evil, evil man.
Queen G8 check.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't even see it. No, I moved too fast. Let me go back. Let me go. I can't go back. Oh, I was not paying attention. All right. Well, that was funny.
Rook C takes
I
C2.
didn't even see that coming at all. Where is he aiming at now? He's actually aiming at my piece again. I did not know. I forgot that his queen was attacking mine that quickly.
Rook A2. Queen B1. Check.
Right. I forgot all about that. Anyway.
Knight E1. Rook takes A7.
Oh, now you're taking my pieces. Oh, I see. I don't know when to take out my king. I still don't know when to take out my king. It could have been any time ago. No, either way, my piece is completely left alone now. How do I make my knight attack? Again, if I did that, he's gonna go down and check me again. It's too dangerous with queens around. So many pieces. I'm down a queen. Like I wasn't even. I forgot all about that he was attacking my queen. So when I went up, I was like, cool, a check. Completely opened. I forgot all about that I was still under the attack of the other queen. I moved too fast and I can't go back in this game. You can't like go, oh, whoops, I didn't want to really make that move. So how about you let me go back one move? So yeah, it's too dangerous with the queen. I can go over here. I can't just check yet. Oh. Is he dumb enough for this?
Rook C. Queen takes E1.
Oh, okay.
Checkmate.
Whoops, I forgot that. I don't know how to play chess, so there you go. He was way too hard. I knew I should have stuck with somebody way easier. Way easier. Like, what's her butts? What was her name? What was her name? Because I might be able to beat her. 500 was incredibly too hard. Oh, the monkey! The monkey wasn't there! And all the people down below. Oh, there's the monkey. I knew the monkey was there. I could take on the monkey. Stanley, you're going down. Check this out. I was winning? What are you talking about? I don't know how to do anything other than what I've just did. Create a game. I'm gonna take, then blunders happen. Oh, I'm full of those. The monkey's gonna get taken out. I could feel like I should be able to beat this monkey. Double pawns in the middle.
D4.
Okay, monkey, why would you do that? Don't make me bring my queen out. Don't do it. It's not worth it. I could take my queen out and kill that crazy pawn right now.
Knight F3.
Look how well I'm developing now that there's nobody
Knight C3.
dropping out queens and trying to destroy me in an instant. Right there? I was told to put my bishop here.
Bishop C4.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna castle now.
Castle kingside.
Monkey, what are you doing? If I lose to this monkey, guess who has a sinus infection? Yay, not yay. That funny girl. Well, I hope your sinus gets well. You can watch me defeat a monkey in chess, maybe. Why is it only 5 minutes? I thought I had the thing setting, the monkey. If I lose, why is it only 5 minutes? I had it set for an hour. I may lose this game due to timeout, and the monkey will win. I can't let that happen on a live stream. I will end the live stream right now. I'm out of time. Oh no. I'll try. It cannot be that bad. I'll move you here.
Queen D3.
Okay, monkey. Why? Why would you move it like that when you could have done anything else other than that? No. I want to move you out. I think. Maybe not that far?
Bishop E3.
Okay, I don't know what he's doing. He's actually giving me heart palps here because I don't know what he's plotting. I'm gonna move you way out past
Rook
there.
A D1.
Have you... Okay, what are you aiming for, monkey? I cannot atone to... I'm running... There you go.
Rook F E1.
He moved his rook back! Okay, fine. I'm gonna go on an offense here now. No, I don't like any of these moves. I got the middle completely defended, and he's defeating me by not putting any pieces in the middle. How can he do this? He's a genius. I have 3 minutes left or I'm gonna lose. No. No, I gotta win somehow. Okay, I could go like this. And like completely lose all of my stratagems. Alright, fine. This is where we make the bold move of something. I'm gonna move you up 1.
A3.
Okay. I'll do this.
Queen takes
Monkey,
D4.
you blundered! I think. I hope you blundered. I want to win. Game. Do you not know how badly I want to win? I'm gonna do this.
B4.
Take that, monkey. What did he do? What did he do? Okay, I'm gonna leave my king wide open.
G takes
Take
H3.
that, my king is wide open, monkey. I'm setting myself up for disaster. You can strike any time now.
B takes A5.
No, he actually went for the killer move. All right, I can't do anything about this. I gotta retreat my queen back into the defense.
Queen D2. A takes B6.
Oh no, he did it. He's doing it. The monkey is attacking on full power. I'm going to lose my bishop. No, it doesn't matter. I'll
Knight
gain it back.
B5.
What are you doing, monkey? Check!
Knight C7.
Ha! I'm gonna take your rook!
Bishop takes A6.
He didn't go for it. He didn't go for anything. Why did you not go for the kill? You don't have... Check.
Knight E6. Check.
I should just totally destroy that. No, you know what? My knight is really, really good right now. And I feel like I shouldn't move it. And I'm gonna pile on the pressure? The pressure! And pin the knight to the king. Oh, it's not the wrong one! Okay, never mind. I will not do what I just... I thought this was my bishop. Don't even worry about it. You saw nothing. I could move you here. And give you a scare.
B7.
B7. Oh, okay. We gotta hurry this up.
Rook B1.
What are you doing, monkey? No, you blocked me, monkey! It's alright. No. I could check him. Move the thing. Check him again. Am I in trouble? I feel like I'm in trouble. He stopped me. Check him.
Bishop B5. Check.
Okay, now he's No! I'm gonna lose because I have no time. This is the wildest game I've ever played in my life. Check. I'm gonna scare him.
Knight F takes G5. Check.
There you go. Now I've freed that up.
Bishop takes G5. Knight takes
I'm trying to move
G7.
as fast as I possibly can.
E takes D5. D takes E6. Check. King H7. E8. Queen. Rook takes E8. Rook E7. Check.
I can't move. I ran out of time. I lost to the monkey. Additional time move after 40. What happened to my time? I already set it up. No, close. What happened seriously to my settings? Load. I lost to the monkey because of my time. Yes, load my settings. What is my preferences? Back to training. Oh no, we're defeating this monkey now. We have to get our revenge. My episode's supposed to be over a while ago. Where's the timer at? Notations. Where's my... Oh, the timer's here. New game. It resetted itself. Why would you do that to me? I can probably totally have beaten the monkey. My episode's supposed to be over a while ago. No, not Nico. You kidding me? Nico will destroy me. That monkey, I'm gonna totally fight you, monkey. Alright, Stanley the monkey. Time control, a 60-minute, thank you. I probably could have won that one if I had a reasonable more than 5 minutes is not enough.
E4.
Congrats on level 4, by the way. Cannot believe I lost to a monkey by default.
D4.
Okay, he's going for the attack now. See, he's already gotten more intelligent because he just defeated me. And now
Knight
he's
C3.
called rating 1, but it's rating 1000. Okay, I'm gonna, no, I don't want to do that. I was gonna, like, scare him and move my piece up, but then I've overextended my pawn. And I was told, like, not to do stuff like that.
Bishop C4.
Okay, and then move my knight out.
Knight F3.
And now you went for it, so now I'll just take it.
Knight takes E4.
I guess I'm supposed to take it.
Castle
I castled.
queenside.
No! Okay, no, it's okay. Don't panic, everybody. There's... Everybody panic. No, I'm joking.
Knight
Calm down. No,
C3.
no. What is he doing now? Come on, monkey! I will totally free this up and have it... No, I don't want to do that. He's gonna win now. Is he gonna win now? He better not win. You better not win. You better not win by default, like actually putting me into a checkmate. Or I will really have to never ever... you're gonna now. Oh, okay. Oh, phew. I thought you said the monkey's gonna win now. I was getting all worried. I'm going to... move my queen up here.
Queen E2.
I'm going to, well, yeah, no, yes, this makes sense.
Bishop takes D5.
I don't need to trade you, monkey. But I will.
Bishop takes E6. Bishop takes D7.
Okay,
Check.
okay, monkey, what did you, why? Why would you? You're not even trying, monkey. No, don't do that, I almost lost my piece. Slice right down to here.
Bishop E6.
Okay, monkey, now you're going for that, but you've overextended yourself.
Queen takes E4.
What is he aiming for? He's not aiming for anything, isn't he? He's just a monkey. And then I end up losing the entire game. No, I am not. I am not letting him
Bishop
trick me.
E3.
I'm gonna attack your piece by attacking your piece. There's no need to do this, but I can. And that'll throw a monkey wrench into your plan. Ha!
D takes C5.
Okay, good. Now I want to do this.
Rook A D1.
Oh, you moved! That was probably the best move you've done all game.
Queen D5.
Now I'm gonna do this.
Queen takes D6.
Okay,
Check.
now you're moving. See, he's actually getting intelligent. I'm gonna destroy your pawn, so I can destroy your rook.
Bishop takes C5.
Okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? What have you done? You moved your knight there, which does... Oh, you protected your... Did you protect your... You're a monkey and you protected your rook on the thing that I was going to try to kill? I'm worried that he's actually gotten, like, super sentient now, and now I can't defeat you. I can check you. No, I can check you. The king will move. I think. I hope. Check.
Queen D7.
Then
Check.
I move here.
Queen takes
I've removed the
C6.
defender. I don't know why he did that. So I'll take this away.
Queen takes
No,
D7.
you will not move that pawn. Now I will move my rook here and win with the back rank maneuver. Not yet. I'll do this first.
Bishop D4.
Then I'll move this here.
Bishop takes G7.
Monkey, are you really? No.
B takes
Monkey,
A3.
you can't move now. Your other piece is gone.
Bishop takes
I just
H8.
needed more than 5 minutes. That's all I needed was more than 5 minutes. Okay, so now I'm going to do this, and it's checkmate in 2 moves.
Queen E7.
This is the only way I know how to checkmate.
Rook D8. Checkmate.
That's how I win. And I did it under 5 minutes. No, anyway. I'm just glad I won because that timer was not supposed to be on that time. Unless I have to confirm the thingy and then save it somehow. I thought all of that was saved, so whose idea was that to put it on 5 minutes when I made a new game? Either way, I'm glad I can beat a monkey. With time. I didn't have enough time last time. Truly, I didn't have enough time. And I was trying to speed check him, but my time was still going down every time I had to move a piece, so I just couldn't do it. Anyway, I got my revenge on Stanley the monkey. I am not gonna listen to you by bringing up my thing and whatnot. No, we're quitting. We're going back. We're going back to the basics. Quit the game. I've already won. The absolute savage monkey trying to. He was trolling me too the whole time. I could feel it. He was laughing in his monkey laugh. But anyway, you know what? I'm actually having fun with this chess game. Even though I've lost a few, it doesn't matter because I didn't lose. Because I could just go, oh no, what loss do you see there? I only have one win. Ah, there we go. We're back. No losses on this account, baby. That's how you win in this game. But either way, we will go to the end game course next episode. So we've already learned the introduction, then your arsenal, then your strategy. And now we're gonna work on our end game course because all I know how to do is do what I just told you. A queen and rook, or two rooks or two queens is my only way I know how to really checkmate without causing a stalemate. That's my only thing I've learned by myself with the few games I played while playing video games and the few I played just before I became a live streamer. So probably enough games to fit on two hands. Maybe. But yeah, I just need to learn way more. As you can see, I constantly want to move pieces really, really quickly, and there's no need for it. I'm not playing speed chess, and I don't know why I just move pieces. And sometimes I just think, oh, cool, look at that sweet check with my queen up there. And I just forget that he's already attacking my queen, and I had to defend it or trade it in, and not lose my queen like I did. So like yeah, like I just keep doing what you call blunders. I do that a lot because I'm moving pieces so fast, and I don't know why. I've never been trained to play chess that way. It's just how I play based upon what skill I'm at, which is high enough to defeat Stanley with enough time. I have a rating of 1 or 2 with an hour to play. If I have 5 minutes, it drops down to 0 because I'll lose. But yeah, like we'll see. Because I feel like I should go through the end game course first, and then I should also like go through these again. Because I didn't get 100% what I did, which is high enough to beat the monkey. With listen, don't quote me, please, because when you quote me, I read, and I'm like, I did say that, didn't I? Oh no. Well, dang. Anyway, that came out of my mouth. So anyway, we'll go back to the to more training because clearly I need it, and I jumped into a real game too soon. It was too hard to take on someone with 500 elite skills. To me, but either way, I mean, I hope I do end game course tomorrow. Absolutely, same time, 6 p.m. Eastern time, every day, every single day I live stream, same time. Hence, my consecutive live streams is at that 1,000 number mark. You can probably see it in the title. I don't fool around. I don't fool around on how much I love to play video games and how much I love live streaming and meeting people, meeting new people. That's what this channel's about. And if I make a fool of myself, it's okay too. I'm not too hard on myself. I just I just gotta shake it off that I lost to the monkey due to not enough time. That might hopefully nobody ever comes back to this episode and catches that. And you few live people are sweet and nice enough not to spread around these rumors that I lost to a monkey in a chess game. So we'll see what happens in my near future. But I'm counting on you heavily to not throw me under a bus or anything, please. Just keep my name good. But yeah, I hope you all had fun. I'm actually having fun with this a little bit more now that people's here and chatting it up, and yeah, I got more things. Oh, I guess I could tell my thing for tomorrow because yeah, I got a question on my YouTube thingy actually for all of you heavenlies. For those who checked out my YouTube thingy, I'll have a question tomorrow. I keep forgetting because I'm just too busy listening to the strategy, and then I go off on ideas that he tells me that my brain was like, what is this geniusness that I'm looking at right now? Either way, I'll try to remember to say the things. I checked up on a few games I was told last episode and the question for YouTube. So we'll see. We'll leave it for next episode. But yeah, there you go. Another fun filled, action packed, monkey defeating episode brought to you by Heaven's Army. I hope you enjoyed. So, thanks, Heavenlies, for showing up and watching. And seriously, if you like what I'm doing, please hit those buttons. You know what they do by now. And I will see you all in the next episode. Take care.